Hi there, good evening. I'm going to call this regularly scheduled meeting of the Ventura Unified Board of Education to order. Kind of a little echo on that. Do we have any changes to the agenda?
No, we do not.
Okay. Do I have a motion to adopt?
Second.
Thank you. Motion follows. Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
I see no public comment on closed session items. So with that, we will move to closed session where we will discuss conference with legal counsel pending litigation, Ventura Unified Education Association versus Ventura Unified School District, public employee appointment pursuant to Government Code 54957B regarding the Citrus Glen Elementary School principal, public employee discipline dismissal release, and conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Can you hear me?
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Great. We're adjourned to closed session.
I just don't feel you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Good evening, and thank you for joining us at the regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting for Ventura Unified. I'm honored to currently serve as our president. I'm Sabrina Rodriguez, and if you would please join me in standing for the Pledge of Allegiance, and then remain standing for a moment of silence.
And so we'll take the moment of silence, and then we'll be saying some more about Barry. Thank you. You may have your seats, and we'll talk a little bit about Barry now. As I said, Barry was an administrator in the district for a very long time. He is actually not only a very talented educator, educational leader. He developed our adult education program into what it is today. He was partially responsible for adult ed having its own building and being part of buying that building. What a lot of people don't know is he was a real humanitarian, and he was a war hero for our school district. I've asked John Walker, a former board member who spent over 30 years on the board, to come up and say a few words. So John, if you'd do that at this time.
John, I'll give you time to come up, and if you don't mind, I'll read a statement by Velma Lomax. You guys were that close, right? Miss Velma Lomax, who served on the board for 29 years and was unable to be here tonight, submitted a statement. She said, I remember when Barry was overseeing Mar Vista, our then school for students who were in danger of dropping out. Barry wanted to change the stigma of the school and make it a place for students to come, get caught up, and return to traditional school settings and see that they could be successful. Barry also had a vision for competency-based business-related training where students and adults could learn in a business-like setting skills that were necessary to be successful in a career. He and his friend Ron Holt set out to do just that. He started out in an old school behind Montgomery Ward's, now Lowe's, and he concentrated on 3 ventures: Pacific High School to replace the old Mar Vista program, a program for adults to come back and get their high school diplomas, VACE, and the Technology Development Center, TDC, a hands-on, industry-standard, business-based training center for students of all ages to come and learn new skills. One thing everyone in VUSD knew is when you saw Barry and Ron Holt coming your way, you better be prepared to be swept off your feet, drug into the next century, and take total control of the future. Barry worked on branding TDC and proceeded to convince the district to purchase its own new home on Valentine Road. In the early stages of the negotiations, he found that we, the district, could and should purchase the building next door for future growth, which we did. That building now houses the expanded adult ed program where students of all ages complete their high school diplomas or GED programs. Today, VACE and TDC, the 2 buildings, and Pacific High School are going strong. All the programs that Barry started are model programs in the state and the nation. They have received many awards and recognition because Barry had such a far-reaching vision and built-in sustainability to all of his ideas and programs. Truth be known, I would not have been able to become a successful career technical education teacher without the vision and hard work of Barry Tronstead. It is with the industry standard certifications I received in the small school behind Montgomery Ward that I was able to build my career and my future. Barry, I was honored to have you as my mentor, teacher, and friend, and you will be missed. That was from Ms. Lomax.
Glad that I could be here and tell you a little bit about him. I know some of you have no idea who I'm talking about, looking out over the audience. It's hard to say, but Barry was very special. I first met Barry as the vice principal when he first came here under Ron Halt from the Pomona Valley Unified School District. I was a brand new board member in 1989. That's way back before a lot of them were born. So, you know, we had some unique times together. I knew Barry as an administrator, a fellow military veteran from the Vietnam War, and as a friend. He was Army, I was Marines. So you might expect we had lots of chiding to do with each other, which we did regularly whenever we could. As a military veteran, some of you may know that he was a highly decorated helicopter pilot, saving many lives while endangering his own. If you didn't know, he was severely wounded from the Viet Cong gunfire below as he flew, which I believe led to his later years of medical condition that was difficult for him. He was wounded by multiple bullets entering his backside, ricocheting around his ribs, and actually coming out his shoulders. True, I saw the scars. As an administrator, from my board perspective, he was a visionary. He led the effort that finally resulted, as you mentioned, Sabrina, in 2 buildings that the district now owns on Valentine Road. That made it possible for VASE's CTE program to be housed in one location along with other programs. As you know, it trains hundreds of students every year to become successful entrepreneurs and business people. He had the vision to launch TDC Studios, which you are all aware of and currently enjoying the fruits of that effort, even airing tonight as we conduct this effort. He was part of that group that launched that program. He launched the famous Classroom on Wheels, which was unheard of at that time. Laurel Dawes, whom you all know, was both driver and an instructor at that time. It was interesting. You can find some of those old videos on YouTube. That will crack you up, quite honestly. These are but a few of the notable examples of his visionary style. Honestly, as a school board member, Barry and I had a lot of interaction over the years. When Barry would see me or have an opportunity to talk, I felt like I was a participant in Let's Make a Deal TV program. And he would always say the desired outcome, the price was always right. He would always say that with a smile. He was a wheeler dealer, make no mistake. And if you were a board member, he would approach you freely, which is good sometimes. Right, Sabrina? Yeah. Barry worked closely with Ron Halt, whom you heard about just a few minutes ago. Ron Halt was his supervisor in the early years, and Barry succeeded him later on as director. He usually followed district protocol. Not always, but you know, that was some of the things we liked about him. He could go around the curves and do it right without stepping on toes. VASE was, as you heard, ultimately recognized as a leader in adult education under his watch. Barry was witty, smart, adventuresome, likable, and a good friend to the students at VASE. They were always at the forefront of his efforts. He truly left his incredible mark on the school district and this place. Thank you, Barry, for what you did for all of us.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. And I just have one other statement to read, and it's from Miss Ann Campbell, who serves as the board representative to the Personnel Commissioner and is a retired teacher from our district. And she wrote, I'm sorry I cannot be there in person tonight. However, I wanted to express my thoughts about Barry Tronstead. Hopefully there will be time for someone in the board to read this. I first met Barry Tronstead in the fall of 1996. The Technology Development Center, as it was known then, had recently opened, and I was interviewing for a job teaching medical front office skills and computer application skills in the evenings. Luckily, I was hired, thus beginning my 24 years working for VUSD, 10 of which were spent at the adult ed facility. The forward thinking of Mr. Tronstead seemed very revolutionary to me for someone running an educational institution. After all, how many schools did you see operating from an office building? Way ahead of his time, Barry felt that classes at the adult ed facility should model the workplace as much as possible and prepare their students for futures to come. As I was working in the local medical field at the time, I appreciated this practical, hands-on approach. Mr. Tronstead was truly a visionary who wanted to provide the best possible opportunities for students enrolled in the programs at his facility. Always upbeat and enthusiastic, I counted myself very lucky to have known him and was able to benefit from his knowledge. The lives touched by the programs he put in place at Adult Ed have made our city a much better place. He will be sorely missed. However, his legacy lives on in the students and staff lucky enough to have known him. And I know we have taken a lot of time to honor Mr. Tronstead, but I just would like to say that, sometimes we have the opportunity to acknowledge someone whose mark on our community is lasting and impactful. And I know as a board, it's often humbling to see the impact that our educators have on this community and the thousands of students who come through our doors. And so although Mr. Tronstead has not worked for us for quite a long time, we felt it really important to honor his legacy and to call out his significance.
Thank you, President Rodriguez. I also, on behalf of Carolyn Van Walker, our current principal of VACE, she could not be here this evening, but she sends her profound respects for Mr. Tronstead and his accomplishments.
Thank you. And so now we will proceed with roll call. Ms. Dahm.
Thank you. Board President Sabrina Rodriguez.
Here.
Vice President Dr. Jerry Dannenberg.
Here.
Trustee Ms. Amy Callahan.
Here.
Trustee Mr. Calvin Peterson.
Here.
Trustee Mr. James Forsythe.
Here.
And Superintendent Dr. Antonio Castro.
Here.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Report of action taken in closed session. In closed session, the board took action to accept the recommendation of staff to approve the appointment of Miss Lisa Abelow as the new principal of Citrus Glen Elementary School. The roll call vote was as follows. The motion was made by Mr. Calvin Peterson and seconded by Dr. Jerry Dannenberg, and support for the recommendation was unanimously supported by the board. We are excited to welcome Ms. Abelow to the community of Ventura and to specifically a wonderful school like Citrus Glen. We know she's going to be fantastic there, and we're really grateful to have such a wonderful person joining our district. She will be back next time to meet the community, and we are excited. Superintendent's report.
Thank you again, President Rodriguez. We have a number of positive news stories for us today, and we have a leadoff. Our leadoff is Mr. Cohen, Carlos Cohen. If you can come to the microphone, to the podium. We're going to be celebrating some students, and I believe there they are as well. So if they can make their way, and why don't you go ahead and start your remarks, because I see the PowerPoint is also up. Thank you, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. Great evening and good evening, Board President Rodriguez and wonderful trustees and superintendents. Thank you all for inviting us to be here this evening. You're all hanging out behind me, but we're going to put you in the spotlight right now. We're very fortunate at DATA to have started the GRID program last year. In 2001, we were approached by Senior Executive and Program Manager, Mr. Scott Reed, with this opportunity, which is a national program, but not that many schools have it. And when he shared with us that this is an opportunity for our young women in our community to learn about information technology and cybersecurity and artificial intelligence and all that cool stuff at DATA, I was like, yeah, let's do it. It has now grown to 2 cohorts, and as well as a grit club. But this could not have been done without the support of folks like Mrs. Jennifer Durkee, our counselor, and it couldn't have been done without Mrs. Stephanie Cruz and the classified staff as well. And it's been a collaborative project along with community. And here at VUSD, we're all about working together as community, and Patagonia has been helping us immensely as well. Casey Stoops and Heather Chapman couldn't make it this evening, but they send their regards and their thank you. So I don't want to take too much time because I want the girls to talk and Mr. Reed to talk. So we're going to have a little presentation here. I'm going to introduce Mr. Scott Reed one more time. He'll kick it off with the details, and the girls will tell you some of the things that they've experienced this year. And Mr. Reed, want to take the mic?
Sure.
All right.
Hey, thank you very much for having us. It's an honor to be here. So ePlus was started in 2017. ePlus is a $2 billion IT integrator out of Herndon, Virginia, and recognized that there was quite a need for women in technology. And so one of the leadership there started GRIT, which is an acronym, Girls Reimagining Tomorrow, and started with just a couple of schools in Virginia. We've now grown nationally to 8 schools across the country where we have 4 meetings a year, and we start each meeting with a national call where we'll have an inspirational speaker. We've had astronauts, and we're getting a lot of traction of inspirational women that are coming on as part of the curriculum to inspire girls to envision themselves in these kind of careers. And so we do a national call, and then we do regional calls, and we'll have partners like Patagonia participate and have some of the women from technology, again, inspire the girls. And in conjunction with that, the core curriculum is to build confidence, understanding body image, public speaking, and really prepare the girls to again, envision themselves down the road in careers in technology that they can do this. So we're pretty happy, and I guess what we'd like to do now is just have the girls introduce themselves. So Amani King, you want to raise your hands?
Oh, she's not here.
She's not here.
Some of our girls couldn't make it tonight because they're either fencing or playing in some activity, extracurricular sport, or running some kind of tutoring.
There's 15 in this cohort, but yeah.
I think Gwen wanted to talk about Patagonia, or was it Flor?
No, Shirley.
Charlene, you can talk about Patagonia?
So let me back up. Part of the field trips we've done, we've been to NOAA in Oxnard, right, that volunteered their time, and again, women meteorologists to inspire these girls. Patagonia, we've had a couple of visits. So there was a couple of just highlights we were going to have some of the girls share with you. So. Yeah, what did you learn at Patagonia?
Oh, well,
Go to the mic.
go to the microphone. Oh, okay. One of the things that Patagonia has been doing, like, throughout the years, they've been working a lot with technology, and they have came up with a lot of designs online. They can now make 3D models online. They actually test their fabrics in like these like really cool machines that like tries to rip the materials apart, like damage them. And they only use the materials that don't rip, that last a longer time, and it was really cool, a really cool experience.
Thank you. Well done. And I think Gwen wanted to talk about NOAA, right? Oh, you're FathomWorks. Okay. Sorry.
For one of our field trips, we got to go to FathomWorks, and we got to learn how to build drones. So not only learning us important life lessons, we also get to design and build things.
Nice job. No, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
So we went to NOAA in Oxnard, and we were able to meet a woman meteorologist, and she taught us about all the technologies that they use there, and she showed us a couple of the screencasts that they had, and she also talked about how she was able, like her experience throughout all of this.
Well done.
These girls talk a lot when we're outside of here, I can guarantee you. We promise. But one of the things, we had such a great turnout. The first year was a little hard to get it rolling because the girls really didn't quite understand what was going on. But after the first year, the girls got all excited, and we had 30 girls apply, and we had room for 15. So we couldn't say no to all of them, so we started a grit club, and we've created a partnership with UCSB. We're also going to be going to Westmont and Cal Poly SLO, but the point is to continue what we've learned through the process with E+, and we've already started connections that they're going to go look to a materials research lab, and again, following the model, we're looking at women engineers, women scientists that are not that much older than they are, making it happen and creating things for our community and the world already. And one of the beautiful things about this is that these girls are modeling and will be modeling, if we can see the next slide. The point is to try to now share this with the young ladies at EP Foster and Sheridan. So the whole point is to get the whole West Side really behind this and get the community. We have a lot of community members ready to support us and to take us in to do field trips for our students and give them orientations. But again, I just want to thank all of you too, because every day you model the way, you lead the way for us, you support us. When I've sent those last minute transportation requests or whatever, you guys are always, you're very, very helpful. Because sometimes it's hard to coordinate with our community because everyone's so busy, especially after COVID. And Patagonia really stepped up for us. It was very difficult after COVID. And despite all the challenges we had, they opened their doors and made it happen and from there. And I also want a huge shout out to Trustee Callahan, who from the get-go has been just really supportive of going and helping us as well, and the whole team. So please know that you are in our hearts, and we also want to invite you. We're having a celebration June 1st. I'm publicly inviting you now, all right? Email will follow. June 1st, we're going to have a celebration at Patagonia, so district leadership and trustees, we hope you can all make it. Formal invite is on the way. Ladies, anything you all want to say? Last words?
Thank you to all of you.
All right. Thank you. Questions or anything for the girls?
I don't think we have questions, but I just want to say thank you for coming and telling us about the great things. I have heard from Trustee Callahan about all the fantastic things she's seen you guys do, and it's just fantastic that you're getting involved at this age. Look forward to seeing you continue to develop these skills. So, and thank you for the partnership. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you for kicking off this inspirational section of our agenda. Mr. Bacali, if you can step up to the podium. Last time, for those of you that were either tuning in or here, we had an impromptu jazz concert, which was amazing, but we couldn't agendize it. And so we wanted to make sure that we were honoring Cabrillo's accomplishments. And so if you could, Mr. Bacali,
yes.
Refresh us.
So much for asking me to come and give some good news this evening, because there's plenty to share for the Cabrillo Middle School Music Department. And we have a few slides to show you. Our whole spring semester has been filled with festivals all over the state, and they have been doing extremely well. And, you know, this is coming out of the pandemic. And so I just wanted to really share with you some of the things they've been doing. So the first slide you saw was the, if we could slow it down just a little bit. So the first slide was the Dos Pueblos High School Jazz Festival. Jazz band went there back on March 4th and received a unanimous superior rating and first place. So at these sort of festivals, it's, you know, there's 3 or 4 judges, and they're all scoring us on how well we perform the music that we are presenting. And so they're, you know, to get a superior ratings, that means you're scoring between 90 and 100%. And it's very challenging. There was about 5 or 6 schools there. So that went really well. That kicked off our semester. And then we went to the SCSBOA Festival, which is Southern California Band and Orchestra Association Festival at Rancho Campana High School, over in their fantastic auditorium in Camarillo. And our wind ensemble and string orchestra received unanimous superior there as well. So then we went on to, we thought it would be a good idea to do the St. Patrick's Day Parade, which is why we were here last time, for to receive our trophy from the St. Patrick's Day Parade, first place, and the sweepstakes parade. That was, you know, right out there. So that was another huge success. That wasn't quite enough, so we decided to go to have our own festival here at the district, which we started last year. This year was the second year for our VUSD Music Festival. That's all organized by the music directors here in the district, and we bring in some judges from throughout the Southland. We had Dr. Arnold from UC Long Beach and Dr. Stoffel from Cal State Northridge, and Mr. Mui from Santa Barbara City College. So some collegiate judges there to give us some feedback on our performances, and the kids did all really well there. We had our wind ensemble, string orchestra, and our intermediate band at that festival. And then we go on our annual spring tour, which we've been doing since 2005. This year's trip was to San Diego. It's a 3-night, 4-day overnight trip. We took Amtrak there, as you can tell. And we had clinics at San Diego State University, which you're seeing here with the professors of music there. We went to a California Music Educators Association festival. They got the tour of the campus, so they actually had a tour by the professors. They got to work with them. They had a clinic with members of the San Diego Winds, which is a professional wind band in San Diego. And then they got to go to a San Diego Symphony concert, which is out this spectacular shell down by the bay, kind of like Hollywood Bowl, but just gorgeous. This was their second season there. So that was a fantastic night, as you can see, right on the water, and just an amazing experience for all the kids there. If we could just pause there for a second, one other thing I wanted to mention about this trip to San Diego, it's so much more, these spring tours, than just the music part of it. It's just fantastic to see the kids grow, if you will, in what they are experiencing, some time away from home. But really the best part for me and some of the other adult chaperones on the trip was the positive comments we heard from all the other adults we ran into all along the way, not just once, but from the conductor to the hotel staff to the people at the university to the people ushering at the symphony. Your kids are so polite, they're so well behaved. Just coming up to us and telling us those things, it just to see that kind of positive behavior happening with these students in a time where we're struggling with that is really great to see, and I hope that it kind of spreads throughout our entire school and our entire city more. So just promoting that those positive attitudes and work ethics. It was a challenging trip, and it finished off there near the end with a afternoon concert on Saturday at 4:30 in the afternoon, and it was just, they have been working Thursday, Friday, Saturday, going nonstop, and just to have the perseverance to see it through all the way to the end really is a testimony to, what kind of kids they are, which is just outstanding. So then that wasn't enough, so we went to the Westlake High School Jazz Festival last Saturday, and this is a huge festival throughout the Southland, and Jazz Band 8 took first place, unanimous superior there as well. We have numerous community performances, right? There's a list of kind of what's been going on this spring, and we have a few more coming up. We have a performance on Thursday for a PTO function and down at Rocks and Drums on California Street. And then we have one of the best things coming up is our May 20th, we have our jazz band benefit dinner concert at this amazing restaurant up in Ojai. Has to be, it happens to be similar to my last name, Zach Spelling. And so it's a great time. That's on May 20th. If you are looking for a great time to come out and listen to some jazz performed by Cabrillo, Ventura High School, and UCSB, and have some dinner. It's all a benefit for our music department. So anyway, there's some other events that are coming up this year. If you're able to come, check them out. And yeah, that's the good news of the music department. Oh, almost forgot this part. Our studio that we put in while the school was closed during the pandemic, we built a recording studio, and we have been putting it to good use. Recently, we put the whole jazz band in there and recorded a couple sessions. Are there any more slides on that? That's it. Okay. So you'll get some pictures of what's going on when it's empty, but last Friday and the Friday before, we put the whole band in there and recorded about 10 tunes, I think, and that should be hopefully ready by May 20th to share with everybody. So they got the whole experience of what it's like to be in the studio, and we had the ability to actually record everybody all at the same time. We have a couple of isolation booths. You can see there, bass and drums are in those isolation rooms. And yeah, so we hope to do a lot more of this, as well as include it in some after-school projects coming up in the near future as part of our after-school program that's being headed up. So anyway, thank you so much. That's what's going on with Cabrillo Music. Thank you for having me.
Well, Mr. McCall, I just want to say thank you for all of that. Doesn't happen during the school day, and we know that all of our music directors give a tremendous amount of their time and energy to work outside of their normal contracted day to make these opportunities possible for our students. So thank you. Not only is it a pleasure to see your students perform, but it's always great to have the strawberry shortcake. at the Jazz Festival. So if anyone's available, May 20th, it's lots of fun.
And before, or as we transition to our next recognition, Mr. Bacali, I just want to add to that and share that the way that you help the students find their place within the music and find their place within how they can interact with others and that single voice. There's very other few things that are so exciting to see a group come together, and especially at the level that they're able to perform and then to receive that recognition from not just our community but other communities. Thank you for making that happen. Much appreciated. Okay. And as we move on, I'm going to ask 4 people to meet Andrea Crouch at the podium, and they are Bonnie Dom, Candice Cobos, Juan Mejia, and Lydia Ramirez Valencia. If you can please make your way to the podium. And as they are making their way there, we are recognizing our Classified School Employees of the Year nominees. We have 4 distinguished employees who were selected by the Ventura County Office of Education as the county's nominees to the California Department of Education. And this is their Classified School Employee of the Year program. These employees have demonstrated excellence in the areas of work performance, school and community involvement, leadership and commitment, and local support and enhancement. And this is our opportunity to shed some light on some individuals that maybe weren't really looking forward to being at the front of all of this, but you've done so well that we're going to say nice things about you, and you're captive for just a moment. So I'm going to first read Bonnie Dom, Food and Nutrition Services. Bonnie is described as someone who is extremely hard worker, takes every position that she covers very seriously, and that her students are her #1 focus in every job duty that she completes. She engages the students, takes pride in the cooking, and is a great example to fellow staff members. Her leadership skills and commitment to the department are top-notch. Bonnie is the epitome of an exceptional employee who deserves to be recognized. Food and Nutrition Services plays such an important role in our students' academic days, and you are making a difference each and every day that you're here. Thank you very much for your contributions, and congratulations on your recognition.
Thank you. I feel very honored and proud to work for a district that cares so much about the kids. I truly believe that no matter what our title is, we all have the ability to make a difference in a child's life, and that makes me excited to come to work every day. So thank you.
Next is Candice Cobos. Candice is an extraordinary employee who has served the district for 25 years. She has supported the Educational Services Division for the past 24 years as the executive assistant to the assistant superintendent. She's demonstrated professionalism in everything that she does, takes great pride in building and fostering relationships with others. She has an exceptional understanding of knowledge in all aspects of her responsibilities and takes great pride in all the work that she does on multiple levels. She maintains high working standard for herself and the administrative support team that she leads. Her colleagues know her as a trusted and worthy, dependable person who can adapt to the change with grace and a sense of calm. Her dedication and service to VUSD has demonstrated her passion and belief that each and every student has a brilliant future ahead of them. Thank you, Candice, for being a part of that brilliant future.
Thank you very much for the nomination, and I'm very proud to be here. And I have a feeling that that first comment was about me. That didn't want to come. I don't like the limelight showing on me, if you will, but I'm very, very pleased with the nomination and very proud to work for Ventura Unified. I've enjoyed my time here. I really have. I've enjoyed the relationships I've made. I do take pride in my work, and it has been a really wonderful 25 years. Yeah, I've worked for 9 assistant superintendents, enjoyed every single one of them, all different, all fun to be with, and I love that team effort and collaboration with all of them. Yeah, thank you.
And I'll just share that I had the distinct honor of serving alongside Candace, and I could not be more proud to see your name on this list, so thank you. Moving on to Juan Mejia, Custodial and Maintenance Services. Mr. Mejia currently works as a, yes, go ahead. Currently works as a custodian at Lemon Grove K-8 School. He takes tremendous pride in ensuring that the school site is safe, clean, and welcoming for everyone who comes onto campus. Juan is known as Papa Juan at Lemon Grove. While his job may be a custodian, Juan does not shy away from building positive relationships with students and can be frequently seen giving out high fives and positive comments to all students. He is a tremendous example to students as to what a patient and kind adult presence can be on a campus. Students know and trust that Mr. Mejia will help them, and he encourages them throughout their day. Staff share that, Mr. Mejia, you go above and beyond in everything that you do, and always respond with a positive attitude, a smile, and that is amazing. Thank you very much for your service, and congratulations on your recognition.
Thank you to all of you, and I want to thank Ms. Martinez for having me at her school, Lemon Grove Elementary School, and thank you, Ms. Carey, for putting my name into this. And it's not me, it's our job to do whatever it takes to have the kids in a clean, safe place. This is for all the custodial department, and it's not just me, but I seen my department, it takes a lot of effort, and they go over the limit to do what we need to do, keep our school clean. Thank you all, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mejia. And last is Lydia Ramirez Valencia, who is a paraprofessional in our district. Lydia is described as being supportive to our students and teachers for over 24 years. She spent the majority of her career at Montalvo Elementary School supporting the dual language education program. In her current assignment at Balboa Middle School, she's continued to make a tremendous positive impact on student achievement. She is that consistent support in the classroom and had an incredible opportunity to build rapport with students, especially those who are native Spanish speakers. Students regularly seek her out for guidance. Lydia's commitment to small groups and direct instruction for reading paved the way for more paraprofessionals to be trained, which in turn will have and has had a positive impact on student achievement. Your staff thanks you for your dedication to our students, and we thank you for your service and for your recognition.
Thank you. I'm very humbled, and I want to thank everybody, all the teachers that I've been with, that I've learned from and taught me the way very much. Thank you.
Andrea, did you want to share a couple words?
I would love to. Good evening, Board and Dr. Castro. So very proud of these 4 individuals, and I just wanted to share the California Department of Ed. They accept nominations in 9 job categories, and so VUSD is representing Ventura County in almost half of those categories. So just extra proud, and I think it's just a good illustration of the great work and tremendous support that our ESPs are providing district-wide to our students, our families, and communities. So thank you so much for everything that you do.
Thank you.
I just want to say thank you to all the classified workers and congratulations to you 4. I mean, I was a paraeducator for a very long time before I became a teacher, so I know exactly what you all go through every single day. You guys are kind of like the backbone to this school, to the whole district. So, you know, I'm just thrilled that we can honor you today with these commendations. Thank you.
Yes, I also would like to thank you, and I know you guys are the backbone, and we appreciate you representing our district.
Congratulations. I love it to see that we represent 4 categories for Ventura Unified. So what an amazing way to represent. I also want to thank all the people who nominated our wonderful VUSD family, and also to Miss Andrea Crouch for such a wonderful team that you are leading. And if Carol Peak is in the audience, here's to all of our ESPs, and thank you for all your work. This is a wonderful recognition.
I too would like to congratulate you, but I'd like to go a little bit further, because I believe that we have a lot of classified employees that could fit a lot of these categories. And so, yeah, I just encourage further participation in the future years to make sure that we recognize as many of our people as we can, because we have a number of tremendous employees that deserve recognition. So thank you for in particular, but let's keep looking for the good work our people are doing. Thank you.
And yes, congratulations to our 4 nominees. We're really proud of you representing our county in this way. But I think it also just really illustrates that no matter what your role is in VUSD, your impact is important. The job you do matters every day for students. You know, a caring custodian touches students' lives. A cafeteria worker who is cooking those delicious meals that bring kids comfort when they're at school and help them not be hungry so that they can focus on what they're trying to learn. And including our education services staff, who often feel the most disconnected from the work that's happening on a campus. But the work that you do every day makes it possible for us to serve those students. And so I just want to say thank you to all of our ESPs, and to really just acknowledge how proud we are of the work you're doing. So congratulations.
Okay, continuing our good news, we're moving on to gratitude awards, and shortly you'll see a display of individuals who've been recognized for gratitude awards. As is our custom, I'll call attention to 3, and this first one is actually unique even for our gratitude awards. This parent, who will be unnamed, is sending a gratitude award to a Sheridan Way class, the entire class, including the students of Miss Hill. The parent shared that their daughter was injured during the year, and that the entire class helped her daughter when she couldn't walk, and she couldn't get her lunch, play, etc. And she's sharing her appreciation for the way that her daughter was supported and how the family was supported during that difficult time. So thank you to Miss Hill's entire class. Next is Dionisio Montanes is a custodian at DATA. Dionisio is one of the hardest workers at DATA, and the staff is grateful for all that he does. He goes above and beyond to help with events at school. He can be counted on to assist in setting up and organizing all the activities that are on campus. Although they're stated as having troubling him with many requests, he does them without complaint and always with a smile. He is truly appreciated, and this is his dedication to the students and staff at DATA. Thank you. And last, we have Dacia Garza at Pierpont Elementary. Dacia is a 5th grade teacher at Pierpont. She is described as being kind, wise, talented, friendly, and genuinely expresses her love for teaching. This is done through the way that she teaches and presents in the daily classroom studies to each and every student to better their education. She sets her students up for success through her teaching techniques and in preparing them for the 6th grade. She is an asset to Pierpont Elementary School. So please join us in celebrating all of our gratitude award, those who were recognized for gratitude awards. Thank you. Okay. Next, we have our student board member recognition. So I'm going to share the process so that way we can be a little bit organized, because we have several to recognize. What we're going to do is invite the individual student up with their principal to the podium first. The principal or the principal's representative will share some comments about the student board member. Then you'll return to your seat until we get through everyone being recognized individually. After everyone has a chance to have something shared about them, we're going to ask you to come on this side of the wall, and we have some plaques for you, and we're going to take a group photo. So that's the process. And I would like to first ask Nathan Arthur to come up to the podium, and is Dr. Asplund here to accompany him? Okay. And while they're up, next will be Gino, and Ms. Menares, you'll be up next.
Nathan Arthur has embraced a leadership role this year as our ASB president and our student rep here. And for those of us that have taken on leadership positions, we know that there's a joy and a challenge to being a leader. And I've seen Nathan Arthur grow and embrace both of these. I've seen him run a business meeting with half of the class, looking around and not being very interested in the important work that needs to be done. I've seen him work with new ASB teachers and the challenges of conflict that come with leading a group and a school and needing to find the art of compromise. And I've seen Nathan develop that. And also the joys. We've had several hundred students attend our dances, homecoming, our senior ball was amazing. We had a Renaissance recognition where several hundred students received awards for their academic growth or their academic achievement. And so 920 students were recognized. And so I want to say thank you, and Buena thanks you. Thank you for taking on a leadership role. It's tough, and you've done an amazing job with it. And another joy are relationships. And we've had a lot of meaningful conversations this year, and I've appreciated getting to know you and wish you the best of luck at Davis.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, and coming to the podium is Ms. Menares with Gino, and then next will be Mateo and Principal Rodriguez.
All right, good evening, everyone, and thank you for this amazing opportunity to recognize an outstanding young man, Gino Cesaris. But first and foremost, congratulations to Gino, because he has officially graduated from Pacific High School as of last week. And he's working full-time in the welding industry while taking classes at VC. So maybe he can share 30 seconds maybe after I do about that experience. No pressure. I'm not going to speak off the cuff because I really wanted to paint a picture of Gino, especially since we have such a large audience today. And I haven't seen him in a little bit, so I wanted to make sure he knows how much we appreciate his leadership this year at Pacific High School. But we've benefited a lot from Gino's leadership. He's courageous. He's extremely creative. Wow, what an artist. He's compassionate. And he has modeled integrity, perseverance, not only in the classroom and at school, but in his personal and professional life. He's a hard worker and does not give up. All of us knew last year when we got to know Gino how special and spectacular he is. And we were beyond proud when he accepted an opportunity in August to speak to all of VUSD at the Celebrate event at Ventura High School, if you all remember that. He was able to share his personal story with everyone and touched many minds and hearts that day. So I can say with confidence that moving forward, that Gino will continue to touch the minds and hearts of everyone he comes in contact with. And whether it be in a classroom at the university, in the welding room, I'm not even sure that's what you call it, but wherever you do those things. But whatever environment he is in, whichever audience he shares that with, it will be memorable. because he has the unique ability to share his gifts and talents and experiences in a way that generates positive energy, enthusiasm. He gets us excited to do things at Pacific High School, and he gets commitment from others and creates that consensus that Dr. Asplund just described. So we are certain that he's going to continue to live and lead in those ways with compassion, integrity, enthusiasm, and creativity. So we would all, I'm speaking for everyone at Pacific High School, especially Ms. Bohr, your homeroom teacher, and ASB advisor, that we'd like to thank you for your service to Pacific High School. You've represented us very well, and we are so proud of all you've accomplished. So you're going to do great things, and has already started that next step in his career. So thank you, Mr. Gino Caceres.
So I am a mechanical fabricator for the company ASC Process Systems, and it was somewhat easy to get the job, but I did need to have welding experience, and going into it I didn't have the specific welding experience that they required, but I had to take a test to actually get the job, and I took the welding test and I got an above average score on that test, so they started me out. And now I am in the training process and am going through it really fast. And once I get done with that, I'll be traveling pretty much around the country, doing everything that I need to do for that company. Thank you.
Okay, Ventura High School, you're up, and on deck is Mr. Guerrero with, apologize for the misspelling, but it'll be Irene and Holden who will be up next.
Good evening, everyone. I got together with my admin team and Ms. Larson to make sure that we captured everything that we wanted to share about Mateo tonight. Mateo Navarro is a proud Ventura Cougar who has contributed so much to our school community. He has been the perfect individual to highlight our campus at board meetings and in the community. He captures his audiences with his charm and humor, making him a student to remember. Mateo truly is a one-of-a-kind student who fights the good fight through the efforts in bringing inclusivity and diversity to Cougar Country. His ASB leadership role alongside with the new administrative team at Ventura has been a perfect blend. We are always looking to see how we can better and improve the high school experience. This is what makes Mateo special. He has a heart of gold and compassion for others, making him a good listener, which immediately sparks him to want to help. Mateo, as you enter the next chapter in your life, continue to be true to yourself and make an impact. On behalf of Ventura High School, I want to thank you for being our student board representative, and we congratulate you on your acceptance to Brown University in the fall. Remember, once a Cougar, always a Cougar. That's right.
Thank you, board, for the opportunity to be here with you guys for the whole year. It's been a pleasure. I like the good discussions, the good battles you had, I don't want to say battles, that's a harsh word, but we've had good dialogue over the couple of years that you don't really get with many people, and it's very progressive and proactive, and you can't get it with anybody else. So thank you guys so much.
And Foothill will be next.
Good evening, everyone. I've got amazing Holden right here. I'm gonna pause on Holden for just a sec because, as Dr. Bayless always likes to say, we're special at El Camino, and we had 2 board representatives this year. Irene could not join us. At least I don't see her in the crowd, and I'm not surprised. Irene is always very busy and involved in a number of things. I wanted to thank Irene for her contributions to our school and our community, and also doing an amazing job representing El Camino High School at Ventura College on the school board. Irene is an amazing scholar, 4.0 GPA, over 400 credits, has completed over 20 college classes already. That's what a middle college, early college, high school does. It allows these opportunities. She's the co-president, along with Holden, of our student leadership on campus. She plays the violin. She's probably where she's at right now. I'm guessing she's at the Ventura College Orchestra, where she plays violin there. She has done a wonderful job. She's the lead coder on High Tide Team 4414, who just took the championship in Houston. And she is off to the University of Pennsylvania in the fall. So I wanted to, even though she couldn't be here, take the opportunity to really thank her for her contributions, because along also now with Holden, who I have to tell you, Holden has just really surprised me in very amazing ways over the last number of years. Holden holds himself with such a calm grace, attitude, and just demeanor. I can be nervous about something, and I can see Holden walking down the quad, and it just makes me feel so much more at ease. Why? Because Holden has this way of holding himself and presenting himself to everyone that just brings comfort. And I will tell you, Holden has not had it easy. Holden has had a lot of difficult things in his life that I won't go into detail, but know that he is an amazing scholar at El Camino High School, has completed a number of college classes already, so he's well into college as we speak, and graduating from high school. So by the time he has chosen to continue at Ventura College to study film or business, he's already got his foot in the door where he's almost done with a lot of his work at the college. Holden is co-president of our leadership at El Camino. And I would tell you, El Camino is a small school of about 220 students. Holden and his planning and the rest of the team there at El Camino, the leadership team cabinet, plan events that draw 80 to 90 students. For a school of 220 that is independent study, it's that kind of skill, it's that kind of dedication that Holden brings to be able to create this environment of inclusivity, of diversity, of fun for our school. I'm very proud of him and everything he's done. Holden is also, I want to let you know that Miss Burris, who is your mentor teacher, Miss Steinlich, who is your teacher for leadership, and Mr. Taggart, your teacher at CAPS Media, because Holden's been part of CAPS for 4 years, part of our, 1 year? 1 year, I'm mistaken on that. But he's been, I know that I was talking to Mr. Taggart this afternoon, and just the amazing work that you have done. And so I wanted to thank you, Holden, from the bottom of my heart, and from El Camino as well, for everything you have done. You have been a wonderful representative for our high school. Thank you.
Not the best public speaker, but I guess all I can say is thank you.
And Mr. Gibbs and Kelsey, if you can come to the podium, and then Alex Castro, you'll be last.
Well, good evening, everyone. Thank you for the honor and the privilege of introducing Kelsey. Kelsey had a very difficult job. She began her leadership career at Foothill right at the start of the pandemic, and we know nothing was easy at that time. Kelsey and her leadership, I think, is one of the reasons why we still have such a positive culture on campus. Her leadership really highlighted that as she was able to serve as staff relations director. She's also served as our social media director. And this year, we all know she was a member of our executive cabinet. And most importantly, she directed our bad day celebrations at school. So talking about keeping things positive on campus and friendly, we couldn't thank Kelsey enough for all that. She's noted by all of her colleagues and peers. She's hardworking, kind, thoughtful, optimistic, and most importantly, genuine. She is very much dedicated to creating community on campus and making sure that everything is safe and a fun experience for all of our Dragons. It's been nothing but a pleasure to watch her grow into the leader that she's in today, and she's going to leave a long-lasting legacy at Foothill of being kind, genuine, and placing community first. She's one of our top scholars. She's one of our most talented students, and I really hope you keep in contact. by all means. And thank you so much for being really a top-notch representative of Foothill Tech and also Ventura Unified.
Alex, if you can come up. As I shared earlier, Carolyn Van Walker was not able to join us tonight, but she did share her remarks, and so I've asked Dr. Bayless to share Carolyn's remarks on her behalf.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak on behalf of Carolyn Van Walker, who's the Director Principal for VACE. So these are some words that she's prepared for you, then I'm going to add a little nugget of my own since I got to sit pretty close to you for several meetings throughout the year. Alex Castro. It has been such a wonderful honor to have Alex Castro represent VACE as our student board member this year. Alex is an exceptional student, which is reflected in his devotion to his studies, his school, and especially his family. He's reflected, he's incredibly kind, he's well-spoken, he's goal-oriented, motivated to succeed, and above all, a fine man. Alex possesses the organizational skills, diligence, and persistence to complete his computerized financial accounting program utilizing a hybrid format. That is not an easy feat. It requires a great deal of self-discipline and motivation. His work is consistently at such a high standard that he will most certainly be an asset to any employer fortunate enough to hire him. He's an awesome student who continues to make great strides towards self-growth through lifelong learning at VACE. Thank you, Alex. I'm so proud of your many accomplishments and certain that your future will be filled with great opportunities. With gratitude, Carolyn. And Alex, I haven't had the pleasure of knowing you, but I just want to offer that you have a special quality that I think any of us can identify and recognize in the room. When I walk in and I see you there, you just project a level of warmth and sincerity of somebody who's just very comfortable in their own skin and is thinking of other people, and you just project that, and I just want to let you know it creates just a wonderful environment for people who are around you. And I don't think that's specific to here, I just get the feeling that's who you are. So I want to make sure I noted that. That's very apparent about it. Alex, pleasure. Some words?
I would just like to say thank you to the board for being so welcoming. And when I first got here, I'm not going to lie, I was very nervous. And just to see everybody's smiling faces and get the welcoming spirit, I also was able to really learn a lot just watching all of you and how you interact. And it was a really great experience for me, especially after a time of COVID, a lot of isolation. So this is one of the many few places, not many, one of the few places I could really go and interact with people and be able to be in an environment that was very positive. Lastly, I would just like to thank my mentor in life, Daisaku Ikeda, who is this spirit that he talks about is the embodiment of where I got that from. So thank you so much.
And if we could ask all of the students to come over on this side, and what we will do is meet you over here.
Okay, so thank you for your patience as we work our way through all of that good news. So that brings us to correspondence. I have no correspondence to share. Does anyone? No? Okay, so that brings us to public comment. I have quite a stack of public comment speaker cards. I will pull up 3 people, or kind of lead 3 people at a time. And Ms. Quiros, I know you were going to explain the process.
Sure. Good evening. You will have 3 minutes this evening to speak. I will give you a 30-second warning, and the timer will indicate when time is up. The governing board recognizes the impact that civility has in the effective operation of the district, including its role in creating a safe and positive school climate, enabling a focus on student well-being, learning, and achievement. The board believes that each person should be treated with dignity and respect in their interactions within the school community. The board understands that the First Amendment provides strong protection for speech. However, the board expects that all speech and expression will conform with the norms of civil behavior on district grounds, in district facilities, during district activities, meetings, and events, and in the use of district electronic and digital systems and platforms. Please remember that this meeting is streaming live, and we do have students that attend and watch our meetings, so please keep language as respectful as possible. President Rodriguez, please call up our first speaker.
Great, thank you. I believe Sean Mahoney. Am I saying that correctly? I'm sorry, I'm not good at reading other people. Followed by Crispin Carrasco, and followed by Alex Perez.
Good evening, board members. My name is Sean Mahoney. I am here in support of the CWA, the Community Workforce Action Plan. Give me 1 second. I have something written down right here. I live here in Ventura. I went to public schools. My little brother is attending a public school at Balboa School. I just recently joined the Carpenters Union, and now I have a career, and I am excited about what my future holds for me. Thank you.
So I have Crispin Carrasco, followed by Alex Perez. I have 2 Alex Perez, so I'm not sure, did you fill it out twice, or are there 2 Alexes here? Okay, there's a second one. Okay, thanks.
Hi, good morning. Good evening. My name is Crispin Carrasco. I'm talking about item 15B. I'm a union carpenter for Local 805. And the reason why I'm here is just to express my concern about this. We support the CWA program because it would create more benefit and more jobs for local carpenters, because we travel so much, and when we have problems like this, we keep our economy in our place, in our cities. And it's very important this, because it's going to help the environment for the new students. And there's nobody else up there that knows the carpenters. We have a very program. We are professionals. We're responsible, and mostly we want to be locally. It's very tired to drive so far away, like LA area or so many other cities. So we're here in support of CWA. Thank you.
Mr. Pettis, before you go, you'll notice that some of us are taking notes, so if we're not watching you while you speak, just it's because we take notes on what you say, so just wanted you to know that. Thank you.
My name is Alex Perez. I'm a 20-year union carpenter for Local 805. I've traveled very far from Tehachapi to San Luis Obispo for work, but this is good for our community, and I support the Community Workforce Agreement. Thank you.
So do I have a second, Alex Perez, or no? Okay, thank you. So I have Pedro Toscano, followed by Pedro Cabrera Raigosa, followed by Herbert Hardy.
Hello and good evening, distinguished board. How are you guys today?
My name is Pedro Toscano. I've been a carpenter for 24 years, and recently I took the role as a business representative for my local, 805 out of Camarillo. I'm joined tonight with members of my union and neighbors in my community. We're all here with one thing in common, support for the CWA that will bring jobs, wages, and benefits, and many opportunities to local kids graduating from our high schools this time of year. Young men, young women looking for a trade to learn. Also, I would like to add that without the CWA, the community will not benefit from those opportunities. There will be no woman hire. There will be no skilled and trained. There will be no local hire. In closing, I would like to address we've addressed these concerns many times leading up to this moment. You have listened, you have took down your notes, and you have implemented your studies. And we would like to ask that you give us a chance to provide a pathway to good careers in the trades with good paying wages and benefits for members of our community. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
So Pedro Cabrera Raigosa, followed by Herbert Hardy, followed by Kevin Hunt.
Hi, good night. I am Pedro Cabrera Raigosa. I'm sorry for my English, no, it's very good. So I'm working for the local 805 for the 3 years. I'm working in the construction for 17 years. I am a operador de máquinas industriales. So I am support for the CWA in the program. Thank you and good night.
Herbert, you'll be followed by Kevin Hunt, who will be followed by Ms. Peak.
Sounds good. Good evening, board. My name is Herbert Hardy. I'm a product of Ventura County Unified School District. Graduated from Buena High School. And after graduating from high school, I joined the military, and I'm a 6-year veteran. Sorry, I served 6 years for the Navy. And I'm here in support of the CWA because it brings local hire, a 30% local hire rate. It gives guys, veterans, an opportunity to develop career skills and not end up homeless. They transition from the military to the civilian world. It also gives great paying jobs, like mortgage paying jobs, wages and benefits. And we're just trying to stimulate our economy because a lot of our guys, like they mentioned, they work far away. Me personally, I've been a professional union carpenter for 5 years, and I've had to work in Fontana, Bakersfield, Vegas, San Francisco. And I haven't been able, I have 2 little kids, and I haven't been able to put them to sleep. I haven't been able to attend any of the events. And workforce agreements like this will allow us to work locally. That way we can be home, put our kids to sleep, have dinner with our families. And I encourage you guys to support this community workforce agreement. Thank you.
Mr. Hunt, you'll be followed by Carol Peak, followed by Ashley Pope.
My name is Kevin Hunt. 10 years Carpenter Union, Local 805. Also prior Marine. And I want to speak, first I'm 100% in favor of the CWA. I'm glad that I'm in support of it. When I first joined the union, I had a hard time trying to find jobs. And it's things like this that helped me, find myself after, having a tough time transitioning from military and stuff. And I'm glad that we have people in your position to give us the opportunity to work locally and being able to support our family members. I've driven like miles and spent weeks without seeing my family, and I'm in favor of the CWA, and I'm encouraged to see more things like this happening for Ventura. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Carol, just before you start, you'll be followed by Ashley, who will be followed by Jeff Manson.
Good evening. My name is Carol Peak. I'm the president of VESPA, which is the Ventura Education Support Professional Association. On behalf of VESPA, I would like to congratulate Lydia Ramirez Valencia, Candace Cobos, Juan Mejia, and Bonnie Dom on their nominations for Classified School Employee of the Year. We are so proud that their hard work and dedication is being recognized with their nominations. So congratulations to them again. And also, this is Teacher Appreciation Week, so I would like to take this opportunity to thank, from the bottom of my heart, our VUEA siblings. Without their hard work and dedication, VUSD would not be where they are. I mean, I know we're the foundation, the heart and the soul, as ESPs, but we could not do what we do without working hand in hand with them. So thank you. We appreciate them and all their support they give to VESPA. And thank you.
Ashley, you'll be followed by Jeff Manson, followed by Jose Arias.
Hello, good evening. My name is Ashley Pope, and it is my pleasure to serve as the board president of Autism Society Ventura County and their advocacy committee. First, I'd like to thank you for adding the following language to the FCMAT contract. Review the district's implementation of student success teams, response to intervention, and multi-tiered systems of supports, and make recommendations for improvement, if any. Autism Society Ventura County stands in solidarity with VUSD's CDAC committee in the belief that no assessment of special education is complete without taking student success into consideration. Adding this language into the contract is a step in the right direction. Second, we support the alternative pathway to a diploma. We have been watching and waiting for the alternative pathway to a diploma to be implemented in California. The pathway will help to support two of ASVC's priorities: education, promote a creation of school communities in which all students are welcome, safe, valued, with appropriate supports to participate alongside their peers. Youth with disabilities need a seamless and successful transition into post-secondary education, employment, or meaningful day activities. And employment. To seek to increase the employment rate for all people with autism, presume that they are all capable of competitive employment, community service, volunteerism, or appropriate day activities. Promote the creation of programs to build capacity for providing competitive employment to every person who desires it, and expand on programs such as the Department of Rehab, et cetera, et cetera. Students with developmental disabilities will now be able to earn a high school diploma. This is huge, and it will allow them the opportunity to share their skills and talents in the workforce, because one of the barriers to employment is removed, the lack of a diploma. Our workforce needs workers, and our children need employment. It's a win-win. It also gives students that work very hard to get through the K-12 system the dignity of earning a diploma alongside their friends and neighbors. As consistent eligibility criteria is developed across all Ventura County school districts, it's our expectation that students continue to receive the supports and services they require to earn a regular diploma, and that the alternative pathway to a diploma is saved for the students that it was intended for. It is also our hope that families of current juniors and seniors are supported as they learn that their child is not eligible for this pathway. If there is any way for the district to expedite this long overdue program to offer the class of 2023 and 2024 a traditional diploma versus a certificate of participation, we hope you'll jump through every hoop to make that possible. I also wanted to touch on item 17A, the emergency preparedness. It is disheartening that there's no mention of students with disabilities in this PowerPoint. There are a lot of cases such as fire, shootings, where our students do need a separate plan, and our committee wrote to the board on June 8th, 2022, after the Uvalde shootings, requesting some input on how we're protecting our students with the most severe disabilities, and received no comment back. So I hope that will happen going forward. Thank you.
I have Jeff Manson, followed by Jose Arias, followed by Renee Daniel. Okay, thank you. So Jose Arias, followed by Renee Daniel, followed by Nicolas Reyes.
Hi, good evening, board members. My name is Jose Arias. I'm a carpenter from Local 805. I'm a member from 8 years now. I'm a first-time immigrant to the United States seeking for a better life. I got a small family. a four-year-old daughter is going to start going to school here in the district, and I would like to see a CW approved so I can enjoy the time that to be with her and taking out the new step that she's getting into. Thank you.
Mr. Daniel, followed by Mr. Reyes, followed by Tim Redondo.
Hello, my name is Rene Daniel. Have a good night, everybody. So I have 3 years as carpenter. I'm totally agree with the CWA, and as a union carpenter, we have the commitment to perform our job with the highest standards. So we have passion, we have love for the things we do, and we have so proud. So I guess it's the best option to have workers performing to build all the stuff for the kids or for the next generations. And that is the reason why I'm totally agree with the CWA, because I guess everybody involved on this section, so we're gonna do our best for everyone. Thank you. Have a good night, everybody.
My name is Nicolas Reyes, and I've been a union carpenter for 23 years, and I was a non-union carpenter for 2 years, and there's a big difference. Now, what this community workforce agreement would ensure is that, you know, folks that work on these projects don't have to deal with the kind of stuff that I had to deal with. You work for 2 weeks, you only get paid for 2 days, you work another 2 weeks, and then they give you a balance of, you know, it's always 2 weeks, 3 weeks behind. Well, you know, the owner hasn't paid me, so I can't pay you. But in the meantime, you still have to work. So this would ensure that the projects are built with responsible contractors that would pay on time to their workers. And not only that, responsible contractors that provide medical benefits for the worker and their families. So I speak in full support of this community workforce agreement, and I will ask the board to approve it. Thank you.
So I have Tim Redondo, followed by Shane Boston, followed by Lori Bennett.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to thank the board and staff for letting me speak, and I'm in full support of the CWA. I'm with UA Local 484, plumbers, pipe fitters, welders, and apprentices. So we're going to mix it up here. A lot of carpenters, now you got a plumber here. Again, I'm in strong support of the CWA. They work all throughout the state, all throughout the country. It's going to keep the local workforce here, making a good wage, putting the tax dollars back into the community, home in the afternoons and evenings, hopefully, to spend time with their children and their families, so they're not on the road. 484, we have quite a few members on the road right now due to the little downtick in work in the area. So hopefully the CWA will pass, and we can get our members back here working. And we got members in Portland, Oregon, Phoenix, all over the country on certain big projects. We need to bring them home. I'm a 37-year member. I've worked on various projects throughout the county. I've been fortunate, and I think my membership of about 400 plus or minus deserve to work local when they can, and good paying jobs. And like the others said, with the benefits, the pension, the health coverage, much needed. Currently, I'm an organizer recruiter for 484 the last 6 years. And with that, I go out on a lot of these projects that are non-union, and every day I see these workers being exploited because there's no PLAs, there's no CWAs, they're out-of-town contractors working for low wages and no benefits. I would open it up to any of you on the board. If you want to do a ride-along with me one day, I'll take you out to some jobs and show you some jobs, and we can talk to some workers. I'll supply you a hard hat and a vest, and you'll be blown away what's happening out there on the other side. So I'm again in strong support of the CWA. I hope we have your support and you guys pass this. It's much needed in the county and in Ventura, and I'll let some others speak. Thank you.
I have Shane Boston, followed by Lori Bennett, followed by Rulfedo Celedon.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Dr. Castro. My name is Shane Boston. I'm the business manager of Plumbers and Pipe Fitters, Local Union 484, and I'm here to tell you about CWAs and why they work. CWA agreements provide more taxpayer value in a process that selects the race to the bottom contractor who's cutting corners in areas of workforce skill levels, materials, and safety. CWAs also provide structured pathway for local residents to gain access to career training in the skilled trades. Most skilled trades mandate 5 years of training consisting of over 1,050 hours of classroom education, 7,500 hours of on-the-job training under supervision of an experienced, highly skilled tradesperson. In some cases, the completion of a skilled craft apprenticeship program includes the awarding of a 2-year associate's degree from a local community college. In the end, CWAs provide local communities with the cost-effective model to obtain quality work, job site efficiencies, while placing minimal financial impact on governmental safety net resources. CWAs also ensure to boost the local tax base, as well as a local pool of skilled and properly trained workers, along with structured pathways to career training. I'm in strong support of the CWA, and I'd look for your support as well. Thank you.
Good evening, Board, Superintendent, and staff. My name is Lori Bennett, and I'm part of a third-generation family business here in Ventura. My company's name is Fence Factory. My family and I have been through the Ventura Unified School District, starting through Blanche Reynolds, to Cabrillo Junior High, where I played in the jazz band, but Mr. Bacali was not there at the time. And also to Buena High School, played in jazz band there as well, in softball. But I'm a Venturan, and so is the family. But what I wanted to talk about was to support open competition, okay? What is needed for current community is to have, lost my train of thought. Bottom line is that I have a union shop that's been around for 75 years. We're still going strong. We do a lot of highway construction. I have a non-union shop. I employ over 200 employees, several different divisions here in Ventura County. What I would like to say is bring us to the table. If there was some sort of a negotiation, we were not invited. I'm on the Ventura County Contractors Association board. I'm past president, and I was not made aware until 72 hours ago that there was a project labor agreement. I'd like to make it fair for all. So what I'm asking is for you to table this and to rethink it. I don't know if the board members themselves had a chance to read the 45 or so pages of the contract labor agreement or the CWA, PLA. I've been on both sides of it. I've handled the union side of it. I've handled the non-union side of it. It's not a union, non-union issue. This is for support of the construction industry as a whole. I don't think that you're going to be able to ensure significant percentage of workforce coming from local community. It's very hard. And if you take a look at the actual contract language, you can't ensure that it's going to be implemented. It's something that cannot be done just by saying it so in a contract, okay? So the same high standards that we have
30 seconds.
That we have established for our own employees. You've got a lot of good contractors here, union and non-union, all part of the Contractors Association here in Ventura County. A lot of good people. We just need to come together and make sure that everybody's at this table to negotiate agreement. Thank you.
I have Wilfredo Celedon, followed by Martin Rodriguez, followed by Kristen Ippolito.
Hello, good evening. My name is Wilfredo Saladon. I work with Blum & Sons Electric. We're a non-union shop, and I just wanted to just voice our side from a non-union shop that PLA, or the CWA agreement that you guys are voting for, is I think it's more beneficial for the union side than it is for the private side, since the private side will have to pay into union dues. We have apprentice programs that are private, which also has apprenticeships. It goes through the same motions, but in a private setting. So when we do a PLA agreement, we pay into the union dues. Our guys do not benefit from them. There's a vesting period that's required in order for them to get those benefits. In addition to when they have to, we have to get union apprentices, which takes some guys out of our own company, and they're unable to work because we have to have a certain percentage of union employees. Lastly, healthcare benefits. Some of our guys will have to sign up for the union, and there's certain numbers of hours that are required to get those medical coverage through the union. And if we're on a project periodically, then our guys will have to either find a way to make up those hours to be eligible for health care, or have to be under the COBRA health care. And lastly, it's been proven that when you do a PLA over a private bids, there's not going to be as much competition because many private shops will not want to do this contribution towards working with the union and paying their dues, and therefore it's not going to be as competitive. Thank you.
So I have Martin Rodriguez, followed by Kristen Ippolito, followed by Rich Nade.
Good afternoon, Board and Trustees. I just first off want to say my name is Martin Rodriguez. I'm Building Trades President, and I work as Local 433 Business Agent. And I do support this CWA. It's a proven fact that they work. And we have no further to look no further than right up the street here at Oxnard. 71% local hire at the Del Sol School, on average 51%. The numbers are there. The multiplier effects alone in a CWA sell it all. These are all online available through the Oxnard Unified High School District. The gentleman misspoke about having to pay dues. It's against the law per the Janus Act that you don't pay dues. It's if you're a non-member. You don't have to. In the PLAs that we put into effect, none of them can be approved at national building trades level with that language in there. So you do not pay dues. Some PLAs have contribution clauses for the different plans, but no matter what insurance or whatever retirement plan you get into, there's always going to be a waiting period before your benefits kick in. On average, it's 500 hours worked. In the Oxnard PLA, we also have proof that we can, Joshua will come forward to you, that shows that the average contractor out there is non-union. A PLA is open to all contractors. It's a fair and level playing field because it's not shut off to any contractor, whether it be signatory or non-signatory. The majority of the Oxnard contractors are open shop contractors. They're not signatory with us until they come on that project. You know, make no mistake about it, it is about local and skilled and trained workforce. Simple as that. And building a workforce for the future. We have a lot of young kids. This Gino said us, you know, I wish he wouldn't have left. I'd have given him my card. That's the kind of individual we look for. He's coming out of the programs you already have into effect, and we take him to the next level. There's a huge need for it here. You know, you look at around, and a lot of construction workers are getting a little bit older, myself included. I've been in the business for 42 years as an iron worker, traveled all over the world. I live here in Ventura County,
30 seconds.
right up there off Day. So, you know, I do believe in this. It's an opportunity for veterans, young people, and to keep our skilled and trained local workforce here when they have work. Simple as that. Thank you. The multiplier effect for your tax base is not bad either. Thank you.
Ms. Ippolito, you'll be followed by Rich Naide, and then followed by Karen Walsh.
Good evening. My name is Kristen Ippolito. I happen to be a mother of 5 daughters. I've been a parent in Ventura Unified School District for 18 years, and I have 7 more to go. In addition to being a mother, I'm a nurse practitioner, public health nurse, and I have my master's degree in nursing. I consider myself proudly to be a child advocate. Coincidentally, it turns out that today is Fentanyl Awareness Day, and that is exactly why I'm here to talk to you about today, the fentanyl crisis, and specifically the use of Narcan. What is important for you to understand is fentanyl is the greatest threat to Americans today. It kills more Americans between the ages of 18 to 45 than car accidents, cancer, and COVID. It kills nearly 200 Americans on a daily basis. And the number of children under 14 dying from fentanyl poisoning has increased at an alarming rate. I gave Dr. Bayless the handout, which unfortunately I do not have copies of, but you can refer to it later. And basically what it's discussing is the amount of fentanyl it takes to kill a grown person is 2 grains of salt. 2 grains of salt would kill me. The slogan is "one pill can kill," because on the street, it's being distributed as a powder, pills that look like real prescriptions that maybe you have taken after a surgery, and candies, even like sweet tarts. Unfortunately, children are using it for different reasons, and I'm not going to get into all of the reasons why a child will use it, but everybody can make a mistake, and we are there to pick them up. It creates feelings of euphoria, but it also can lead to slow breathing, heart rate, decreased heart rate, and ultimately death. We do have a simple solution. Well, simple solution is maybe not the right word, but we have a medicine that is easy to use. This reverses the opioid reaction in usually 2 to 3 minutes. Now let me make it clear. The training on this takes 2 to 4 minutes. If you can brush your teeth, you can use Narcan. All it is simple nasal spray. This is mine that I like to carry around, so I'm not going to open it. But all I would do is open it. The person would be on the ground at this point. You lift up the jaw, you spray it in their nose. That's it. And most of the time, the person will wake up within 2 to 3 minutes. If not, you have another dose, and then that is going to help get that person awake at least until 911 gets there. You only have 6 minutes at the most. So what I want to see, I'd like to see Narcan added to the agenda 17A, emergency preparedness, because we must not wait. We cannot risk the fact that someone tries a pill
Time's up.
and ultimately dies. Thank you so much, and you can always contact me for any more information.
Thank you. And just so you know, we'll ask Ms. Dahm to make copies of that so all the board members will have a copy. Thank you.
Good evening, Superintendent Castro, board members, community, and brothers and sisters. My name is Rich Naide. I am the Assistant Business Manager for the Sheet Metal Workers Local 104. Encompass the Tri-Counties. I represent about 350 sheet metal workers. I am in very much support of the CWA. Couple things, you know, the narrative tonight was, you know, that I've been hearing is creating relationships. I've had the honor to be a part of the district through the Industry Advisory Board, creating those relationships with Dr. Rini Ricard, Mr. Joseph Bothwa on the CTE programs, and really trying to make it more available to these graduating students to get into a great paying career at whatever level, whatever trade that they decide to choose. What do the sheet metal workers do? Just in a real quick, 10, 15 seconds. We are the ones that make buildings breathe. And from what I understand, you have 21 out of your 28 schools who do not have a well-established working HVAC system. So if this were to be approved, some of the things that we really focus on at the sheet metal workers is indoor air quality. What that means is that these mechanical systems that are going to be updated and retrofit will bring fresh oxygen into the classroom, outside air. There will be CO2 sensors in the classroom. And what that does is you're going to see your test scores go up. You're going to see more involvement from the students. They're going to have fresh air in the classroom. They won't be falling asleep. That's an actual study that we've partnered up with UC Davis on indoor air quality. I'd be happy to share that with you. But again, what a great opportunity for your alumni to get into the great paying career. Just one thing about the unions, we are funded in the state of California by the state, and 98% of those state-funded unions, apprenticeship programs are union. So I'm in very supportive of that. And again, we're here to basically give these opportunities for these graduating students to get into a great career. Thank you for your time.
I have Karen Walsh, followed by Cherie Egbert, followed by Ryan Grau.
Okay, good evening. My name is Karen Walsh, and I have my master's in math education. So I just want to say I really believe in all what you are doing here. But I'm here tonight as a mother and a community member to talk about my concerns about the proposed round-the-clock locking of Loma Vista School. I have a 3-year-old son, and we live just a couple blocks from Loma Vista School. And I just want to share that the campus means so much to our family in a capacity so much more than a school. It's a place of connection for our neighbors and our neighborhood. It's a place of community where we meet new friends. Our kids can make new friends, meet our neighbors. And it's the only green space that we have within walking distance for so many of the neighborhoods in the radius of the school. It's where my son had just learned how to fly a kite recently on the big green field. My other neighbor who's with me, her daughter learned how to run there. So there's joy and there's connections and there are positive memories that come out of being able to be at Loma Vista School. I know that the school district's identity is defined in safety, and what we ask is that you expand this definition of safety to not just consider physical safety, but also think about psychological safety. So I would ask that you see that a happy and well-connected community creates safety and joy and thus learning. Unfortunately, the high bars that got put up at the school, I think, kind of go in the face of that. It looks a little bit more like a penitentiary to us than a neighborhood school. But if the school was also then closed and locked 24/7, I would say that for our family in particular, it might mean that we need to find a different option for school. One that values neighborhood connectedness and community engagement. So in closing, I will just ask that you, the school board, support us, the local families, in building a strong community in terms of connections and advocate for playgrounds to be accessible during non-school hours long into the future for the generations to come, like my 3-year-old
30
son.
seconds.
Thank you.
Just a second, let me get my Google Docs. Come on, take off the keypad. All right, I'll try this. Okay, good evening. This is, good evening, School Board and Superintendent Dr. Castro. This is Sheree Eckbert, and tonight I'm speaking as a Ventura Council PTA President to share current PTA news. I recently returned from the California State PTA Convention in Sacramento, and there's a legislative branch of it, my favorite branch. And I just want to share briefly the 3 new resolutions which PTA voted on and will be reaching out to local and state leaders. The first one PTA is advocating for is evidence-based structural literacy programs for all students. They will also be advocating for universal K through 4th grade screenings, especially to catch dyslexia. The second one is inclusive education for students with cognitive disabilities. PTA will be advocating for systemic changes and to make inclusion for children with cognitive disabilities the norm in the classroom, which has proven to increase outcomes and performance and employment after school is finished. The third thing I'm going to share is the synthetic nicotine resolution. Because it's synthetic and there's no tobacco in it, it's a regulatory loophole. And this is a product that is sold at Target and Amazon, and kids can purchase it. And it's sold as a health and wellness product. It's supposed to decrease anxiety. But it's completely unfounded truths, and kids are getting addicted. So this will allow PTA to educate our families on the danger of it and to advocate for the FDA to remove these addictive products from the shelves. So just be aware that this is in our schools now. It's all over. You can buy it if you're under 18. You can buy it as a 12-year-old, and it's nicotine. Anyways, last thing I would want to share, some good news, is locally, the Ventura Council PTA is having an honorary service award event at Cafe Fiore this week. We're going to be acknowledging and celebrating and appreciating all of the diligent work of your PTA volunteers and also special VUSD employees. We will have 10 schools represented and 60 attendees. We are so fortunate to have such amazing, wonderful PTA parents who give up time with their own children to put on school carnivals, plays, pizza nights, book fairs, and more, and contribute thousands of hours. PTA has a saying, all children are our children. It's encouraging to know that we as a community are making an impact, even for children that they will never meet. It's the ripple effect. Thank you.
So I have Mr. Grau, followed by Ina Holiday, followed by Eric Kristen.
Good evening, board and trustees. My name is Ryan Grau, and I'm the executive director of the Ventura County Taxpayers Association. I'm here today to urge the Ventura Unified School District to consider the potential consequences of adopting a project labor agreement for future construction projects. Limiting the bidding process to only contractors signed onto a PLA may exclude qualified local contractors who cannot comply with the agreement's requirements, resulting in fewer bidders, less competition, and potentially higher costs for the district. Opening the bidding process for both PLA and non-PLA contractors would ensure a larger pool of bidders, more competition, and potentially lower costs for the district. It would also give the district more flexibility to change the construction plans. A PLA would limit the district's flexibility to make mid-project changes or modify construction plans, potentially leading to work stoppages or inefficiencies. Ventura Unified stated it would try to ensure that a significant percentage of the workforce comes from the local community. However, the definition of local community is crucial. The school board may need to be made aware that Ventura County, at least 80% of the workforce is non-unionized. It's crucial that the PLA agreement clearly defines the priorities, hiring truly local workers from Ventura County to ensure that the benefits of this project stay within the community. Ventura County staff have previously recommended against PLAs, citing cost. As a result, the Board of Supervisors rejected PLAs in 2021. Therefore, I urge the Ventura Unified School District to choose the most fiscally responsible and transparent option for the taxpayers and consider an open bidding process, which includes both PLA and non-PLA bidders. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ina Holiday, followed by Eric Kristen, followed by Josh. And Josh, I can't read your last name, but I know who you are. Terrible, it's late. Medrano, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ina Holiday. I'm a parent, and I appreciate the opportunity of speaking this evening. I first noticed the consideration of supplemental novels on the April 18th board agenda. I did not find any attachment with the list of novels, therefore I contacted the district to find out when to view the novels, which were put on public display the following week, April 24th through 28th. Today is the first board meeting since the novels were on display, and I will be providing feedback about a specific novel. After reviewing the proposed selection of supplemental reading books, I must raise concerns about the book Aristotle and Dante Dive into the Waters of the World by Benjamin Alire Sáenz. The subject matter, two boys becoming involved in a romantic relationship, is not appropriate for children. High school should not be a place to expose children to sexual relativity. As adults, it is our responsibility to protect children by doing everything in our power to minimize their exposure to anything that could lead to sexual exploitation. 10 years ago, I would have been surprised that the California Department of Education would approve of such a questionable book, but now it appears to be the new norm, most likely under the recently implemented notions of diversity, equity, and inclusion. It appears that moral standards have no place within DEI. Exposing children to sexual exploration should have no place within education. School should be a place for learning essential subjects that will prepare students for success in life after high school. Exploring sexuality is an inappropriate topic for developing minds. Children should be allowed to learn in an environment that is free of the social pressure to explore such personal issues that have a diverse range of perspectives but are not presented. Subjecting students to these issues causes unnecessary problems, including individual, familial, and cultural clashes, because only one perspective is presented as socially just under social justice, and if you do not agree, then you are called names and slandered. The expectation for everyone to get on board with progress or social evolution is unrealistic and impossible to achieve because of the existence of diverse people. There will always be diverse perspectives, therefore there will always be disagreements. We should be teaching our children how to healthily handle dealing with diverse perspectives and disagreements instead of subjecting them to inappropriate content. Standards should not be set aside in the name of tolerance, because if you tolerate everything, then you allow anything to happen. After presenting my objections to this book, I hope that you will reconsider and not include it in the supplemental reading books for the schools. I know that I am not the only parent who disapproves of this book, but due to social pressure and the fear of shunning or retaliation, I may be one of the very few parents to speak up about it. As a parent, I respectfully request that the book Aristotle and Dante Dive into the Waters of the World by Benjamin Alire Sáenz not be included in the supplemental reading books for the school district. In addition, under the Protection of Pupil Rights Amendment, please provide me with a list of currently approved supplemental reading books for high schools, middle schools, and elementary schools in the district, or a point of contact who can provide me with that list. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Holiday. And sorry, before you walk away, so Dr. Bayless, can I direct her to your office for that list? So the list of supplemental novels, Dr. Bayless will make sure to get them. So we have your email address here, and he can get that to you. Mm-hmm.
Good evening. My name is Eric Kristen. I'm the Executive Director of the Coalition for Fair Employment and Construction. We are a statewide organization that was created 25 years ago by both union and non-union construction firms solely to oppose project labor agreements throughout the state of California. To date, with over 500 PLAs attempted to be passed in California since our founding, we defeated almost 300 of them from actually being implemented. These are the most controversial and divisive issues facing the construction industry. That's why I find problematic the manner in which this is being brought up. This is an issue that was never discussed in the passing of an almost $500 million construction bond. Yet a few months later, after its passage, the most controversial issue facing the industry is being brought up for consideration with no public comment until tonight. This is not how you do this. I've been doing this for 24 years. Boards take weeks, if not months, if not years, to fully understand an issue that none of you have experience with. None of you own construction firms. You'll notice no union construction firms have spoken in favor tonight. None, because they do not favor them, because it interferes with the ability for them to attract non-union bidders. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, every day in America, 88 out of every 100 workers wakes up and chooses to work in a union-free environment. That's just the way that it is. I have 2 union cards. I work for both union and non-union companies. In America today, the overwhelming majority of the industry chooses to work union-free. Your bidding pool will be reduced dramatically with the project labor agreement. You need to step back, have a study session on this like the Ventura County Board of Supervisors did, and do this right. Finding out about it 72 hours when it was signed by the head of the building trades on the 4th, who approved negotiations on a PLA? When was this ever brought up to the board? We follow every one of your board meetings because we know every PLA will be attempted on every bond passed. We've been doing this for a long time. When were negotiations ever approved? When was this done? This is not how you do this and take your fiduciary responsibility seriously to the taxpayers. This is a controversial issue that fills rooms, and yet, unlike 2 other items you had mentioned for future discussion, for 14A and 14B, talking about how they'll be discussed on June 6th, you never did that for this, because it is a controversial issue. Not discussed during the election, not discussed up until tonight. This isn't how you do it.
30 seconds.
Thank you. PLAs will reduce your bid pools because they do 4 things. They force non-union workers to pay into health, welfare, and pension plans they'll never vest in. 5 to 10-year vesting requirements, that's wage theft. That worker that's non-union will never see that money. What does that have to do with bidding work? Why is that in a PLA? Why is it in your PLA? Who authorized these negotiations? Why wasn't anyone else allowed at the table? Step back, have everybody at a study hall so you can hear all sides. Don't jam this through like this with no public comment that was never discussed in the bond itself. Thank you very much.
Okay, and our final public speaker, Josh Medrano. Sorry for forgetting your last name earlier.
No worries. Joshua Medrano, I'm the Executive Secretary Treasurer of the Tri-Counties Building and Construction Trades Council of San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara, and Ventura counties, representing over 16,000 hardworking men, women, and people of this industry. We are a labor organization. We're a nonprofit. We represent labor. The entities that belong to us, all the skilled and trained labor, over 22 entities. Just to spat off the top of my head, you have the Boilermakers, Heating and Frost, the iron workers, sheet metal workers, the electricians, which I am an IBW member over 20 years. We also have the cement masons, the bricklayers, the floor layers, the roofers, the teamsters, the tilers, the glazers, the elevator operators, you name it, we represent them. Now, I don't know about all of you, but when somebody comes into my backyard and tells me about what the state's doing and everything, I question it. I have been a local through and through for quite some time. I am a graduate of Ventura High School, class of '99. Go Cougars, Cougar born, Cougar bred. I'll be a Cougar until I'm dead. I am also a 3-level football coach here with Ventura High School. Over the last several months, several years, the Tri-County has also made sure that they have been a part of the CTE program here, not only in Ventura Unified, but also Oxnard Unified High School District. You don't have to look far to see proof in the pudding. We are hearing about all these numbers and everything like that. Well, I have a letter here from Dr. McCoy, Superintendent of Oxnard Union High School. I'm not going to speak for him, but I'd like to submit this so that you can peruse that at your own leisure there. I also have a letter here from the Central Coast Labor Council, also on behalf of their 100,000 members, showing support as well. So I encourage this board to go ahead and speak with Oxnard Unified High School District because they have proven, they have been made believers of a CWA. And what it does is, the narrative right now is that only union shops can go ahead and bid in this process. That is a fallacy. What this does is it levels the working field to make sure that there is a guarantee of local hire. How do we do that? If you take a look at the CWA in the very back, there's a 3-tier system that prioritizes local zip codes here to utilize. If that tier cannot be filled, then it goes out to the outskirts, Oxnard, Thousand Oaks, things like that, so that Ventura County workers can then be represented. So absolutely it gives that opportunity to everybody. These projects are going to last quite some time. The other thing to keep into consideration of those students that are going to be graduating from your CTE programs currently, that they have work to look forward to. And guess what? I've already told them that it's coming. Why? Because we actively engage in our community, and we do not wait till these evenings. We are there every day. And we're here to answer any of your questions. Appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. We appreciate all of the public comments, and as I'm sure you saw, we take copious notes. Our custom is to take a break around 8:30. We're a little past that, so board is going to recess briefly, and then we'll reconvene in about 15 minutes. Great. Thank you for your patience as we took that short break. We are now ready to resume our regularly scheduled board meeting. And item 14A is a notice of public hearing regarding our 23-24 local control accountability plan. And so this is just to let the public know that on June 6th at 7:30, we will be hosting a public hearing on next year's LCAP. The public is certainly invited to watch and provide comments on this very important document. Dr. Bayless, was there anything else you wanted to share?
No, that's it. Yeah, thank you.
Wow, thank you. Look at us flying through this agenda. Also, item 14B, the notice of public hearing regarding our proposed budget adoption for 23-24, which will also be held on June 6th at 7:35, because we're optimistically believing it will only take 5 minutes to get through that first item. Also here at the ESC, and the public is welcome to view our proposed budget on the district website. Item 15A. So this is consideration of the agreement for consulting services between Financial Crisis Management Assistance Team and Ventura Unified School District. You'll recall this item came before the board last meeting.
Yeah, good evening, board members. So we're bringing this agreement back for a second read, and we have incorporated some changes based on the feedback we received. So we've included in the scope of work steps to engage our CDAC committee and to implement the multi-tiered system of supports to make sure that's included in here. And we've also, based on the recommendations from the board, have asked FCMAT, a representative of FCMAT, to be here tonight. So we have Shailene, if you could come up, to answer any additional questions you guys may have.
First, thank you for being here and for getting through all of our early business. Appreciate your patience with that. Board members, do you have any questions?
I'd just like to make a statement. So I just want to thank you for actually approaching, our special education committee. I think that's important that we use our committees because, they're specialists in these areas too. Even though they are community members, some might be parents, but they understand the SPED probably than most people in SPED. So the fact that you went to CDAC and they were able to give feedback and also suggestions, I think that is very valuable. So if we can continue that, I appreciate it. But I just want to say thank you for doing that.
Yes, I'd like to thank you also for listening to their issues.
I don't have any questions, but, well, it is a question. So I'm verifying and confirming that the recommendations that were shared by CDAC as well as the Autism Society, I believe, that was shared earlier, have been included, and that was in the contract?
Yes, in the services to be provided section, we'll be including input from the Special Education District Advisory Committee.
And I don't think it's so much as, but getting input from our committee members, as my fellow trustee has shared, but also ensuring that we go through the process of including our community, including our different stakeholders, including our own department. So thank you for going back and doing that, and I appreciate it, and thank you for being here.
Since we have a representative from FCMAT, I'll ask you, the changes that were made, are you used to doing these types of additions to the contract?
Absolutely. So we work directly with the district to develop the scope of work to make sure that it meets the district's needs in terms of the study. We are independent and external, so once we put a study agreement in place, we work with the district to provide a document request list in terms of what kinds of documents need to be uploaded for our team ahead of time. We work with the district in terms of that interview schedule, but everything that we do goes back to that scope of work that's in the study agreement. So yes, we work with districts quite regularly to revise scope to best meet your needs.
And thank you for being here. And I was not at last month's meeting, but I really appreciate the incorporation of the CDAC's feedback. And I guess I wanted to ask a little bit about the process, because one of the things that the CDAC members shared is that they were able to look at the FCMAT website and see reports from other school districts, which was actually really comforting, because often the report recommends additional supports as much as like efficiencies, right? So it's not that these reports are necessarily making reductions, but that it is a more holistic approach to the assessment. So I just wondered if you could kind of address that in your experience. How often does it end up that you identify areas where there are additional supports needed?
I don't have specific data related to that, but having been involved in some of the special ed studies, I can tell you that my best guesstimate is that probably as often as we are making recommendations to make reductions in terms of staffing and supports, we're also making recommendations to add additional supports and staffing in certain areas. We really take a look at best practice, statewide averages, things along those lines, and then we take a look at the data that the district provides and make a recommendation in relationship to that.
Thank you. And then I just had a question either for you, Dr. Castro, or I saw Neil Bronny. I think he's still here. Yeah. Could you just talk about a little bit about like the requirements in terms of not reducing the amount that we spend on special education? Because I think sometimes there's a concern that when we talk about efficiencies, what that means is reducing the overall cost of those programs.
I believe you're referring to our maintenance of effort. So what I'll ask is, Mr. Mirza, if you can just kind of give a global overview of maintenance of effort.
Yeah, basically maintenance of effort is what we have to do as a district is whatever dollar amount we spent last year, we have to spend at least that or $1 more in the upcoming fiscal year. So that's in a nutshell what maintenance of effort means.
So in other words, even if we were to find that like there is some efficiency to be gained in one area, it wouldn't mean that we're reducing the total cost of what we're allocating to special education.
No, it can give you greater clarity as to what's being charged to special education costs and what's should be charged to special education, but it's being funded out of the general fund. There are strategies that school districts use, and if you look at the scope, it does specifically identify that it will be reviewing our general fund contribution and making recommendations on that.
Great, thank you.
Just mention also is our report is just a report of our recommendations, right? We're going to write to the findings and recommendations as it relates to each scope point. That comes back to the district. A lot of times the districts want us to come back and do a board presentation. That cost is included in the not to exceed pricing in the study agreement. But then it's up to the school board and the school district in terms of what recommendations make sense for the district, right? In terms of what is that you actually implement. So that's always a local decision.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate you being here and staying so late. Do I have a motion on this issue?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Great, thank you. That brings us to item 15B, consideration of the community workforce agreement by and between VUSD and the Tri-County Building and Trade Council. This is a first read.
Okay, good evening, board members. So the CWA, otherwise known as the Project Labor Agreement, is a critical component of the district's commitment to providing fair and equitable opportunities for our workforce. Under the terms agreed upon, measures that will ensure a significant percentage of our workforce comes from local community will be implemented. The agreement also sets forth provisions that will require contractors and subcontractors to adhere to the same high standards that we have established for our own employees. And so we are we're seeking approval, but it is a first read. We do have our attorney present, Dr. David Soldani. to answer any questions that the board may have.
And if, before we get into questions, since we had so much interest from the community on this, I just thought it would be important for us to share the structure of our meetings and the way that these agenda items come. So this would be the first time the public and the board would have the opportunity to see this document, to review this document, and to provide feedback into this document, because it didn't exist before today. So that I just want to make sure that that's consistent. And in terms of this board has had conversations about how we structure agenda items in the past. So I'll just, for the public's benefit, explain. This board has agreed to bring items that could be where the board could take action under action. In the past, we've had other processes where we brought those agenda items forward under conference. We present some information, then we bring it forward in a second for potential action in that next meeting. But currently, our current practice is where action could be taken, we bring it forward under action as a first read. Just as Mr. Mirza said, should the board want to delay action or take action, the board has that option. So, thank you.
So, were you going to walk us through the points of this, or?
Yeah, if you guys have any specific, I could walk you through the intent and purpose of the agreement. Let's see here. So overall, the district's new construction and major rehabilitation projects funded by Measure E will affect the school buildings and offices that are owned, leased, or controlled by the district. The goal of this project is to provide new construction and major rehabilitation of the district's facility so as to provide sufficient facilities and technologies to educate properly the children within the district boundaries. The district, therefore, wishing to utilize the most modern, efficient, and effective procedures for construction, including assurances of a sufficient supply of skilled craftsperson and the elimination of disruptions or interference with project work, we're looking to adopt this agreement. Some of the main, I would say, scope of this work would be the project threshold. So all construction and major rehabilitation and renovation work related to the projects funded in whole or in part by Measure E were based on the $400,000 threshold that we came to an agreement upon together with the tri-counties and from the district side. And that would mean that this PLA would not go into effect for any projects under that $400,000 threshold. So this PLA would only take into effect for any projects that hit that $400,000 or exceed it. So that gives us the flexibility for like smaller projects to be able to utilize local vendors, maybe not unionized members, and individuals that don't fall under that PLA. And that was the main driving, I think that was the main defining factor, was going back and forth with the Tri-Counties Council, is to come to an agreement on basically that total project cost. Obviously, the district's intent was always to keep it higher the better for us, but you know, it is a negotiation. There's some back and forth. So at the end of the day, we ended up settling at the $400,000. Well,
yeah, I have a question about the curriculum. From my understanding, this discussion was kind of a, I guess, inflection point or something, in that the adoption of curriculum, you know, essentially there was two competing curriculum for this project. Can you explain what CM3 is and how would that benefit our students?
CM3, I believe it's the, I don't know, do you know the acronyms, what that means? Yeah, we do have okay. Yeah.
You know what, yeah, okay. We're not going to, we can't permit Mr. Medrano to come in, but what we'll do is we'll structure the conversation around like what the agreement would look like, should it be approved or if it's approved at some point. Asan, if you can talk about the conversation related to what the possibilities are and then Dr. Bayless, I'll ask you to talk about, like, then what does that look like within our existing structures of curriculum?
So my understanding of the curriculum is it would allow us a broader access to all different curriculums from the different trades that are available. That's my understanding. You're not going to be, this agreement won't limit you to a specific type of curriculum.
I'll just remind the board and the public too that we have established processes for adopting curriculum, for piloting curriculum, all of which are in place, and that this would not override in any way. So, and that goes for supplemental curriculum as well as core curriculum. This would likely be supplemental curriculum that could be examined, looked at, considered in the same way any curriculum could be, with our normal processes.
Great, thank you.
Other questions?
Yes, I have a number of questions. First of all, a statement. First of all, we already pay prevailing wage. I mean, that's by law, which means we're paying union wages, whether it's a union shop or not. When workers come on our campuses, on our projects, they have to get prevailing wage. But my real question is, and my big concern is I'm going to have trouble approving this without being convinced, and I don't know that you can convince me. From my past experience as a superintendent, I never had one of these agreements in my district, but the districts I talked to, it increased the cost by as much as 25%, so I'm going to need that to be addressed. And it increased the time of some projects because you had trouble finding that local labor. And that increased cost over time. I agree with the one speaker tonight. I think we need a board study session. I think we need to take a deep dive on this to find out exactly what we're getting into. I believe that I think we're rushing into this, and I just think we need to step back and make sure we're doing the right thing for our community and for our taxpayers.
Well, I just wanted to reiterate what Dr. Castro said, that this is the first time we get to see it. So I don't want the public to think that tonight was the only night we're going to discuss this. I know we had two different sides speak tonight, but we can't discuss anything unless we discuss it in public. So when we put it on the agenda, that gives us an opportunity to talk about it, because we haven't collectively as a group spoke about this at all. So this is the first time that we're all hearing this together. So in the future, when you do see something that says a first read and it's the first thing on here, it's because we have to present it to everyone at the same time, and then we can say, when do we want to come back and discuss it, how we want to discuss it, and how we want to move forward. So I felt the contention in the room, because I believe people thought that we were making a decision within 72 hours, or a couple of people spoke, but this is something that takes time, that some of us do have experience versus labor versus union versus non-union. Some of us don't. So we're going to have to be educated on both sides so that we make an informed decision. But we never rush to anything. That's why we present it to the public. We give people an opportunity to talk, to let them voice their concerns. We talk about it. We bring it back again. And then we decide what we're going to do. So I just want to make that a point, that this is the first time the board is hearing this. As Dr. Castro said, it didn't exist until we heard about it today.
Well,
any questions?
I have no questions. I do believe we need a study session on it, though. I agree with Dr. Dannenberg.
Well, I have to disagree with you. I think this. I think it's important to get this thing going, to be honest. And I looked at Measure H, and I looked at this agreement, and it is nearly exact. And Measure H, what they did for Oxnard was transformative. They were able to keep it on time and under budget. So if we can replicate that here, that's something I'm 100% for. So I'm in favor of moving this along.
So now I do have a comment. So, I appreciate you sharing, and I know that you have a different background and interests here as well. And so, Trustee, I think that we need to honor and acknowledge the process. And we often times, in order for the public to be able to look at first and second reads, we allow for the process to take place. So I don't know, I've only been on for 2.5 years, but I don't know a time where we've gotten something that is, as one of our speakers has shared, controversial, tied to a closely $500 million agreement where we haven't taken more time to take a step back. So knowing, and I know sometimes we come on the board and we share what our statements are, and that's a great time for us to maybe look at the Oxnard Union High School Measure H. We are not Oxnard, we're Ventura, and this is our specific bond, and I do feel personally that we do need to take a step back. We need to look at a study session because that's just how this particular board has always operated, and which is always a fear of mine because I know we can waive a second read, but this is definitely, in my opinion, not the time to do so.
Well, see, I just want to state that I did not come out here and say my stance as far as pro-union. I think that's what you're implying. Yes, I am part of a union. I'm in the teachers union. A union saved my paycheck, and I haven't made that, a secret. But I trust, and you say the process. We are following the process, right? This is a first read. So we have the chance to move this along. Same thing with the contract of the last one. We had members that wanted to move that forward, but we decided not to, and that was a split decision. So this is part of the process. So I have to disagree. I am up here. Yes, I am part of a teachers union, but I'm looking at this like this has been done before. I read over the contract. I read all 45 pages, and I believe this is something that we need to honor and move forward.
I have like a bazillion questions. So, as the chair of the Measure E committee, one of the things that is very important to me is the local aspect, creating jobs and keeping as many of the dollars that our taxpayers locally spend in our community, generating wealth for our community. And so one of, I guess, my primary questions is, I don't understand PLAs. This is way out of my depth of knowledge, but I really would like someone to explain to me the advantages and disadvantages of this on our local construction industry, right? So I know Oxnard has a very compelling story, and I, have spoken to their trustees. I respect the work that they've done. I would like to know more. And so from my perspective, I do think a study session is a good opportunity for us as a board to dig deeper and understand what that looks like for us as a community. I do think it's important to have more stakeholders involved in this process. So I don't know what a normal PLA process looks like. But I do think if we have industry representatives who are local, who are interested in being a part of that process, it makes sense to have them engaged in this process. And then the other thing that I guess I have questions about is the threshold, because I don't understand the layers of, the layers of kind of process that having a PLA adds. So we spoke earlier and you shared that like it adds some steps to anything that we're going to do. So I would like to have a deeper understanding of what those steps are, how that impacts our workflow, and kind of where the give and take on that is. I'm absolutely in favor of making sure that all of our workers have livable wages and that we are supporting our our students getting into these well-paid pathways. Like, that is not for me the question. The question is the process and understanding the decision that we're making. I don't know. So it sounds like we have a majority of the board that would like to have a conversation about this at a deeper level. Is that generally consensus? Is this holding us up in any way in terms of workflow?
Before we talk about workflow, I just want to, since we're really illuminating what our processes look like for the public, so then I do see consensus from the board that we would want to create a study session, which means that publicly what we would then see is some other meeting where it's agendized, where we have this as a study session, that we have similar constraints and opportunities for the public to participate. So that would look like very much like this meeting, but in a much smaller, in terms of the agenda. That would generally be one or two agenda items, so it would be focused on that. In terms of process, does it slow the process down? Yes, but I do want to take this opportunity to share. We've heard comments about what PLAs are or are not. One of the things when we talk about this process is it is the PLA that ends up being agreed to that ends up being for us to be able to say what that process is. So I think the board study session gives us that opportunity to find out what are the agreements, to understand from multiple perspectives the pros and cons, and then I think the board then would have a better understanding to be able to, for us to be able to evaluate what process is it and to what degree is that being slowed down or not, because the terms of the agreement define that. But objectively, yes, in terms of Measure E projects, we will move forward as we are planned to do, but that would not include a PLA provision for the projects that would be moving forward between now and assuming the board would take action in the future on a future date.
With that, could we get a list of what those projects are and their projected cost? Because that might help us as we look at this $400,000 threshold.
The answer is yes. Hassan will do a board memo for those projects. They're unfolding and building continually, so we can give updates along the way. Yes. Thank you, Dr. Dannenberg.
So I guess board members, one of the things that would be helpful is if you have specific questions, concerns, things you want to know more about, if we could get those to Dr. Castro or to Mr. Mirza, so that way, as we're crafting this study session, we make sure that we're addressing whatever questions, concerns people have. Also, if you have thoughts on, who would be helpful voices to be there, like I think it would be great to invite one of our colleagues from Oxnard High School District there to explain kind of how their process has been and the impact. So if you have ideas about that, if you could pass those along to Dr. Castro or Mr. Mirza so that we can streamline this process as much as possible, but still have a meaningful dialogue. We good?
Yes, thank you for your guidance.
I do have a question. So sometimes thinking about the process, sometimes we talk about committees. We'll have oftentimes a committee that is created. So is this something during the study group that we could also be looking into as a process?
The answer is always yes. I mean, the board can always decide that there's a need for a committee. My recommendation, it sounds like you're asking for one, would be to allow that first study session to unfold, to gather a lot of information, and then the board perhaps at that time would have some additional input to decide whether or not a committee is necessary.
That brings us to item 15C, consideration of supplemental novels recommended by the Supplemental Novel Adoption Committee. Dr. Bayless.
Yes, thank you. This is listed under action, and this was presented at the last meeting. And I did want to speak to a couple of the items that were referenced in public comment. The specific list of books was provided in the last board meeting in the agenda, in the publicized agenda, clicking through, and they were posted. And so we did have one comment tonight, and that was the same single comment that was reached out to me over the last couple of weeks. So this is being brought forward to you again. These fast track books that are listed on the CDE website for your consideration.
Does anyone have questions? Because I have a question. So I'm not familiar with the Aristotle and Dante title. So I'm not familiar with the content that was being objected to, but it was my understanding that the objection was to a portrayal of a relationship. Is that accurate?
That's my understanding. It was offered by the CDE, listed for grades 9 through 12, and that's how it is presented to the board for recommendation for those grade levels. And it is about two male characters engaging in find a romantic relationship over the course of the story.
I know you don't know the answer to this, but I just feel compelled to ask it.
I have not read the book, full disclosure.
Ballpark, how many novels we have as part of our supplemental reading list that portray heterosexual romantic relationships between teenagers?
How about many? How about that? Okay.
I understand that families have opinions about these things, and I absolutely respect parents' right to encourage their children to read things that are consistent with their family values. I also feel even much more strongly that it is important to have representation of all types of relationships for our students to feel included and seen. And so my own personal perspective is that we are not doing enough to make sure that we represent the diversity of our students in our literature in terms of cultural diversity, socioeconomic diversity, experience of life diversity, and I'm grateful that we're beginning to change that.
If we had a parent object to this novel for their child, would they be able to opt out of their child reading this novel?
That's a great question. So the English language arts standards are not books. They're standards for reading, writing, speaking, thinking, listening. So technically, it's not a standard that is listed specifically that students shall read this book. So this is not core, this is supplemental. And so our practice has been, and my understanding is that students could theoretically opt out of a book that was deemed not suitable for them, either by themselves or by their parents. And again, that would be acceptable. That would be something that I would advise teachers to work with parents on, because again, they're not opting out of standards.
Do we have a motion?
I move to approve.
I second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, that brings us to item 15D, approval of K-12 school plans for student achievement.
Thank you very much. I wanted to clarify before I read this that I made a false statement last meeting, and I blame the time of evening. I believe it was 10:45. It was late. But I said that the approval of the school site plans were not required by law. That is false. They are required by law for you to approve them, so I want to apologize to you and to the public for that. So you've had them. This is the second read, and requesting your approval. Thank you.
Do you have a motion?
Move approval.
I just have a comment. For the SPSAs, and so thank you so much. I know that it's 10 to 10 for us to be discussing this work, and I know how much work goes into this, and our number one goal is student achievement. And so this is more of a statement of making sure we're anchoring and elevating this real work around our goals, and the SIPSAs are exactly that. And so I would love to see and hear and learn more about how these SIPSAs are going to be utilized and activated down the road to ensure student achievement, not only from district policies and goals, but how it transcends and cascades to our principals and school site leaders. That would be really interesting to me, and also aligns to our goal for future items. Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Item 15F. No, I skipped one. Sorry. I caught it, though. That was good. Item 15E, Declaration of Need for Fully Qualified Educators and Annual Statement of Need for 30-day substitute teachers.
Yes, good evening. This is routine in nature. It's something that we have to do annually in the event that we are unable to recruit a qualified teacher with a full credential, both for a full credential assignment or a substitute assignment. We must have these in place to afford us that flexibility should we have a shortage of fully credentialed staff.
This is for next school year.
Correct.
I move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, this brings us to the fun stuff. Up first, consideration of Resolution 2316, California Day of the Teacher. This is our first read, but it's the board's acknowledgement of the really important role that our classroom teachers play in touching the lives of our students.
Oh, it's not. Whereas the Ventura Unified School District recognizes the efforts of its teachers, whereas good teaching grows in value and pays dividends for beyond the classroom, and whereas by nature, California teachers are proven leaders in bringing inventive practices and creativity into the classroom every day, and whereas classroom teachers have been historically responsible for educating the leaders, the professionals, the workers, the entrepreneurs, and the visionaries that help make this state the dynamic place it is, and whereas California teachers strive to create an educational community that is inquiry-based, collaborative, and promotes creative thinking, and providing teachers with the freedom and support to be great, and whereas California teachers can't help but be influenced by the innovative, stimulating, and creative atmosphere that surrounds them, and whereas California teachers continue to contribute to the well-being of their communities and the entire state, and whereas the Board of Education recognizes, supports, and appreciates the many contributions teachers make to educate our children every day and prepare them for a bright future, and whereas the theme of the annual California Day of the Teacher is California educators planting seeds, inspiring students, and future educators. So now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the Ventura Unified School District hereby recognizes May 10th, 2023 as California Day of the Teacher, adopted on this day with an approval, and also a special shout out to our very own teacher with James here on our board. So thank you for your service.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
We look forward to continuing to celebrate our teachers all week on this Staff Appreciation Week around our district. Up next, consideration of Resolution 2317, National Nurses Day.
Okay, 2317, National Nurses Day. Switch to my better eyes. Whereas students are the future, and by investing in them today, we are ensuring our world for tomorrow. And whereas families deserve to feel confident that their children will be cared for when they are at school, and whereas VUSD nurses serve on the front line to provide a critical safety net for our students to support the link between health and learning through their professionalism, and whereas students today face more complex and life-threatening health problems requiring care in school. Our nurses train and monitor unlicensed school personnel along with outside agencies personnel on medication management, common illnesses, injury response, medical procedures, and preparation for disasters and medical emergencies. And whereas our nurses address the home and community factors that impact students' health, the work in collaboration to conduct screening and immunization programs, determine reasons for absences, provide prescribed health care for students, provide health education for students, staff, and our families, assist families with referrals for health care, refer students for confidential healthcare services, including mental health evaluations. They compile data, statistics, and documentation. As all students have a right to have their physical and mental health needs and safety met. And whereas our nurses act as a liaison to the school community, families, and healthcare providers on behalf of our students, health by promoting wellness and providing health outcomes for our nation's children. And whereas our nurses support the health and educational success of our students by providing access to care when the student's cognitive development is at its peak. And whereas our nurses address the school population and culture while understanding the link between health and learning through their professionalism, training, knowledge, and experience, contribute to all students by serving on the front line and providing a critical safety net for our children. And whereas our school nurses are members of school-based teams, an example, school health services, 504, IEP, etc., to address the school population and culture while understanding the link between health and learning. And whereas our school nurses have served a critical role in improving public health and ensuring a student's academic success for more than 120 years as community-based nurses. They are in an advanced specialized practice of professionalism, professional nursing, and that promote the well-being, academic success, health, and lifelong achievement of students while being in a position to make a positive difference for children every day. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of Ventura Unified School District hereby recognizes the professionalism and wishes to honor the essential contributions of our nurses on May 10th, 2023 as National Nurses Day in Ventura Unified School District, adopted this 9th day of May, 2023.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Forsyth?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
And obviously love the idea that we are honoring our school nurses, but I think it's kind of interesting that with all these days in the year, we honor so much of our staff on the same day. Like, can we spread them out? I know it's national and we don't have a say, but I do feel like they are certainly deserving of their own week, and it would be great to have a way to spread that out and share the love a little longer than just piling everybody on one day. That's just my personal opinion. It's late. Okay, and not to be left out, consideration of Resolution 2318, honoring our classified school employees with their week of acknowledgement. Mr. Forsyth.
Thank you so much. I'm happy to have the honor to read this because, as I said before, I was a classified worker. I was a paraeducator for a very long time, and I think it's important to show our classified staff some love. So this will do that. So Resolution 2318 of Classified School Employee Week. Whereas the California State Legislature adopted the resolution in 1986, declaring the third week of May of each year as Classified Student Employees Week, recognizing the many outstanding contributions and services provided by classified school employees. And whereas classified school employees provide an invaluable support network of services to the schools and students of Ventura Unified School District. And whereas classified school employees are responsible for those activities of the school district that support the instructional programs and make it possible for teachers to teach and students to learn in a clean, safe, healthy, high-performing environment. And whereas many classified school employees serve as paraeducators and instructional specialists in classrooms providing direct assistance to teachers and giving students the individual attention and support needed to succeed academically, socially, and emotionally in our district. Servicing TK to 12 students, child development programs, English learners, individuals with exceptional needs, and parent education. And whereas a team of classified school employees play a significant role in supporting the health and education success of students and youth by promoting willingness and providing care for all our students to stay healthy, safe, and ready to learn. And whereas numerous classified school employees perform essential technical, business, and accounting, human resources, communication, technology, clerical, administrative support functions at a district office and school sites, creating a smooth operating educational environment. And whereas a number of classified school employees perform maintenance, groundskeeping services, ensuring the school buildings, surrounding areas are clean, safe, well-maintained for students, and thus protect the public's investment in our school facility. All right, that's halfway, so. All right. Where were we? Whereas many of the other classified employees serve as child nutrition service workers, furnishing students with nutritional meals and snacks, enabling them to focus their attention on learning. And whereas a large group of classified school employees provide transportation services, bringing students safely to and from school and other school-related activities. And whereas purchasing, warehouse, publication staff ensure our schools and departments have the supplies and materials needed to support teaching, learning, and public service on a daily basis. And whereas other classified school employees provide campus supervision, responsible for monitoring students before and during and after school hours, supporting a safe environment on our campuses. And whereas classified management staff guarantee the smooth, efficient, and caring support services for all of district education activities. And whereas, therefore, through their professionalism and skill, classified school employees contribute to the establishment and promotion of positive environment for learning and always strive for excellence in the jobs that they hold. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of Ventura Unified School District hereby recognizes the professionalism and wishes to honor the contributions of classified employees in Ventura Unified School District and recognize the week of May 21st to the 27th, 2023 as Classified School Employees Week and Ventura Unified School District.
Well done.
I know.
Whereas I, Calvin Peterson, move to approve.
Therefore, I second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
President Rodriguez, I thank you for the opportunity to just add a little bit. Earlier in the meeting, we had a chance to recognize through the gratitude awards and then also through our classified school employees of the year nominees. That right now we're calling attention to some of the things that make our staff unique, but what also makes them incredibly unique is when we walk on our campuses and when we experience their work across the district, those divisions and those classifications really kind of go away. And the way that they interact with one another, the way that they support one another, the way that we function as a district really becomes unified. And so I, again, appreciate our ability to honor them in their distinct roles and responsibilities because they're highly specialized in what they do. But as we get closer and closer to this in service of our students, those divisions go away and we're one team. And so I want to thank, on behalf of our district, I want to thank them all for the work that they do every single day and the difference that they make in our lives and the lives of our students and families. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. And of course, it's a wonderful opportunity to celebrate all of our staff and the many things that they do for our kids. Item 15I, request for board approval of proposed changes, deletions, additions to board policies, administrative regulations, and exhibits related to educational services, human resources, business services, and the superintendent's office. And so I was just going to ask, do we have the questions that have been submitted?
You know what, Amy, we don't have them.
I don't have them.
Yeah, we don't have them handy out for the board. Do you want to list?
No.
Okay.
But I would ask that those be shared.
Yes.
Along with their responses to the entire board. We each had a chance to read certain parts of our policies, but I asked a variety of questions, I know, and other trustees did too, and I think it's important for those questions and their answers to be shared with all of us. In particular, in some of the policies that I read, I think there are really important policies related to our students that you should, as trustees, be familiar with, because often we do get parent conversations around how our district handles specific situations, and that is outlined in our policy, and it's just a good idea to know those things. And so I think if we could share those, that would be helpful. Yes. But with that, do I have a motion?
Can I just make a comment as well? We went to the CSBA roadshow yesterday, and I think it would be great after being a part of that group, because I know that we divided up all of them, but for all of us to be looking at the bylaws, the 9,000 bylaws. And so I think that kind of methodically looking through them and not just, during this time to review them, and that I think it's really important. But I also feel that I'm very interested in seeing what those questions and answers are. And then also just, this is information to share, is that these are on a quarterly basis. So I've been on the board for 2.5 years almost now, and I think this was the first round that I've had. So I really appreciate Rose for taking us through this process and making it so seamless and wonderful and being so diligent. But just for my fellow board members who are relatively newer, these will be coming up on a quarterly basis. So that was actually new information for me. So it's coming up in a few more months, our next round.
Thank you, Trustee Callahan. And I also attended the CSBA roadshow, and hearing the recommendation from the group that our intention would be, and I've already shared this with Ms. Dom, that again, whether the board takes action tonight or in a future meeting, when those new policies are created, specifically the 9,000s, we'll print those and provide those to the board in totality. Thank you.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Great, and congratulations. That was a big lift. So thank you to staff for reading through all of those and making the changes. This brings us to conference item 16A, the alternate pathway to a high school diploma for students with significant cognitive disabilities. Dr. Bayless.
Thank you very much, President Rodriguez. Board, pleased to bring this before you, and I'll invite Neil Varani, Executive Director of Special Education, up to the podium to present on this. But just as an appetizer here, Senate Bill 181 passed recently, and a new ed code that came into effect January 1st here provides alternate pathway for a high school diploma for students with significant cognitive disabilities. So, Neil Varani.
All right, thank you. So, like Dr. Bayless was saying, last year SB 181 passed. It added language for this alternate high school diploma to California legislation, which became Ed Code on January 1st, 2023. The new Ed Codes in a nutshell is in the next slide here. the impact it's going to have is that VUSD is going to have an exempt eligible individual. It's going to provide exempt eligible individuals with exceptional needs from all coursework that is above what the state requirements are. So school districts often have additional requirements beyond what the minimum state requirements are. So students that will qualify for access to this pathway will have all of those requirements above the state level waived. There's specific criteria within the Ed Code to define the eligibility for the pathway. Students who are eligible for the pathway have to be eligible for the CA, which is the California Alternative Assessment. That assessment is specifically designed for students with significant cognitive disabilities. That's determined by the IEP team. There's an inventory for that the team will go through and decide whether or not a student is going to be eligible for the CA. So students who are eligible for the CA also have to take the CA in the 11th grade to be eligible for the pathway. The IEP team is going to be responsible then for determining what LRE is going to be and if the pathway is going to be appropriate. There's two different pathways within the pathway as far as placements go, but our district currently is working side by side with the county and all of our neighboring districts within the county to develop consistent policies around what the implementation and course sequence and requirements are going to look like at the district level. We're currently at the phase of altering and updating our board policies to add this pathway as far as high school graduation requirements go. And the idea behind that really is that our districts support all of the students within the county in different ways. Ventura Unified has many specialized programs that support students across all of Ventura County. So if we have students attending here at Ventura, say, that are placed here during their high school tenure and are already participating in the pathway at a neighboring school district and then join our school district, and we have different requirements, that's going to be a big problem. So we're all trying to work together on it. We're all working on our board policies right now and looking at developing the course sequence for the special day classes that are going to be actually named for the pathway.
Mr. Barani, just real quickly, because I see two terms up there, LRE and FAPE. Can you just go ahead and just state what those are?
Yeah.
You don't have to get into the definitions, but.
Yeah, the LRE is the least restrictive environment. So in special education, we provide a free and appropriate education. That's the FAPE offer. And the FAPE offer it describes the least restrictive environment, which is in the least restrictive way is the general education classroom. But it does look different for every student.
Thank you.
So that's kind of where we're at right now with the pathway. There is a lot of interest in it, so we thought it would be a good idea to bring it to the board, and we're talking a lot with the community about it. But some of those requirements are defined within the Ed codes. There's not really a lot of wiggle room around being eligible for the CA, for instance. So those are our students that are typically in our moderate to severe programs or working on the alternate curriculum in some way. It may be included in the general education classroom depending upon their IEP, but they're working through that modified curriculum. And so the idea behind it is that a lot of jobs now in California require a high school diploma, regardless of what your ability levels may be or what your skill set might be. And so we, as district leaders, and a lot of the advocacy groups have talked about this for a long time. And so many of the special education advocacy groups went to Sacramento and advocated for an option to get students with significant cognitive disabilities with the opportunity to get a high school diploma so they can get a living wage job when we're graduating them out of our system, because if we're not setting them on a pathway to be able to support themselves with a living wage, then we're not doing something right. And so that's the premise and the idea behind implementing this pathway in a nutshell.
Questions, comments?
I just want to thank you for bringing this. I mean, this is, in my opinion, this should be the model for all school districts. Having a certificate and diploma are two different things for an individual, especially when they're getting a job. So this opens so many doors, provides so much access to students who are very capable, of working and maintaining a job and being productive member of society. So I just want to thank you for coming up with this pathway. It's just inclusion. This is inclusion. Thank you.
My question is, is this to do with the credits or courses? So I know some school districts have higher credits than other, and there's a minimum credit. Is this to do with the credit or certain classes that they would be able to waive?
It's more in line with the graduation requirements. So the courses eventually equate to credits, so that the credit count would go down, but it would, as a result of the course requirements going down. So like many of the A to G requirements that are required above the state level, those courses would not be required for this pathway. So we're still in the works with what the course sequence is going to look like, but logically, thinking it through myself, kind of, ahead of the plane being built, that's kind of what it would look like.
Okay, so it's not it's not like, say you need the 140 credits, and our classes that we recommend get you to 140. It's not that they still have to do 140 and take a different class. It's the class and the credits both go down.
Correct. Yeah, if I can just jump in real quick, this is an important question. So we have local requirements and state requirements for graduation that add up to 230 credits required for graduation. The state minimum is 130. And so we have other mechanisms that are required by law to offer students for certain eligibilities, homeless, foster, military youth, that reduce those credits down to the state minimum of 130. So essentially that's what's happening here. Similarly, there's other obviously specific points of eligibility for these students, but it just removes what we as a district add on above the state minimums. And it allows students who are eligible to graduate with state minimums.
And I'm still learning about all the terms for SPED, but severe cognitive disability would be, like, can you give me an example?
It's like typically students with, am I on here? Sorry. Typically students with intellectual disabilities, you'll often see qualifying for the CAW. So students with Down syndrome, students with more moderate to severe autism, students that you'll see often in our moderate to severe programs.
Okay, thank you.
One more thing to add, and I think it's important for the public too, is that students that qualify for this are typically students that have been on a certificate track. So they're working not towards a high school diploma, but towards a certificate of completion, which doesn't carry that same weight. And this is kind of, the remedy to that. But students on that track are guaranteed services in California up until age 22 through special education. And so if they receive their high school diploma through this pathway, they will continue to get services through age 22. So they can receive their diploma at 17 or 18 and still get services through the school district until 22.
I wanted to ask, so we had Ms. Pope ask the question about how we'll support the students and families who this isn't going to benefit because they're either a senior or a junior and they didn't take the CA, right? So do we have a vision for how we might be able to, I know that the law does not give us guidance on how we could do that, but has there been any thought to how we might support those students and families?
We've discussed that a bit, and we discussed it in our Special Education District Advisory Committee. Because of some of the prerequisites, there's not really any wiggle room for us, and it's something that we all, as special education administrators within the county, are kind of dialoguing about. But there's courses that are required that really begin in the 10th grade. So a student needs to be identified by 10th grade for the pathway by the IEP team in order to meet all the requirements of the pathway. So it would be almost like, you know, if you're a senior now, you would not be eligible according to the ed code, unfortunately. I mean, we've heard from a lot of parents around that, and we're trying to provide them with all the post-secondary options and supports that we can outside of this pathway.
But if they're eligible for services up to age 22, could we not create a program where you've got 3 years there, which would be the same thing from 10th to 12th grade? Could we institute something at that point that would allow them by the age of 22 to get a diploma?
We asked that question. Someone from our county office asked that question in a CDE meeting, and the response was that if they don't take the CA in 11th grade, then they cannot be eligible for the pathway. And they have a committee at the state level that's been working on this, and it's been an evolving process.
So given that our board policy regarding graduation requirements is a board policy, is there flexibility for us in creating within our own policy a way to address this in the interim?
There are. So we have requests that come to you twice a year for waivers on local graduation requirements. Typically, it's college and career seminar. So there are many requirements that we have above and beyond the state. So 4th year of English, 3rd year of math, a number of elective credits. So that's one mechanism by which this could be done, just by providing single students with multiple course exemptions down to state minimums. However, there are some other things, and Neil, you could probably speak to the state algebra or Math 1 requirement and how it relates to special education students and possible waivers there.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. There's a lot of different options there for special ed. I just don't know if I don't know if you're speaking in terms of this pathway or just a typical high school diploma.
No, so there are a number of state required high school requirements that are difficult to navigate unless you have courses that are approved, and that's one of the processes that he's referencing, that we have to get courses approved and have them in our system and renamed and properly coded for the state. That's the process that's unfolding right now that has to happen for this specific pathway. So theoretically, if there was a student with significant cognitive disabilities that was able to complete all of the existing state requirements but unable to complete our district requirements, that's theoretically possible that that student could be issued a diploma through waivers, through course waivers.
Dr. Bayless, thank you for that description. One other, just a consideration for the board is that we would want to be very methodical and purposeful in educating our families, because this is a very unique pathway as an alternative pathway. There are ramifications for families who accept a diploma by a particular age outside of this pathway, and the potential ramifications for services that they could have been eligible for had they not accepted a diploma. So Dr. Bayless is absolutely correct. Yes, the board could take that action, but we still would want to engage our families in understanding what that means. And then, of course, Mr. Vrani was sharing about the intersection with the IEP. All of these conversations would be happening at that IEP level. So that way, from an offer of FAPE, parents understand the pros and cons of either approach.
Yeah, and just to clarify, so under the current options within the state of California, if you receive a high school diploma rather than a certificate of completion, that will end your services and any offer of FAPE beyond that from the school district. So this is an option that provides both.
Off the top of your head, just do you have a number of how many students we have that have left high school that are between 18 and 22 that we're still serving?
And through special education?
Yes.
Off the top of my head.
No pressure, it's only 10:30.
I have it on my computer over there.
Yeah. It's okay if you don't know.
Yeah, it's okay.
Like fewer than 30.
No. I wouldn't. I'll look it up, but I mean, so that's students over like potentially like 5 years. We might transition. We could, up to 10 a year sometimes. It just depends on the ages that we have in our programs. But if you want an exact number, I could check it out.
No, I was just wondering if you're saying about 10 a year, you think at the most?
Yeah,
okay.
I mean,
yeah.
It depends. I mean, you could have an odd class that where everyone's a senior in the class one year, and there could be 14, 15 kids in the class. There could be a year where 2 kids are transitioning to post-secondary, or no kids. So it just depends on the placements and where kids live in the county and who we get in through other districts.
So I guess my follow-up question would be, at some point in the future, this will come back to us for a formal policy adoption?
Yeah. That's correct. For a revision of the high school graduation board policy and ours, yep.
Well, thank you for the update. Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
and we're working on finishing that up now.
Okay, just for the board, we're going to opt to delay item 19A, the workforce housing update, since it's late, and we will bring that back at a future board meeting because you're all falling asleep. Mr. Reynolds, we're not delaying you, don't worry. We didn't make you stay here until 10:30 to... Oh, you know what? Never mind. No, I'm just kidding. So we would still very much like to have your presentation tonight.
Thank you.
Sorry, before you start, we need to make a motion to extend this meeting. I'm going to say 11:15. We're not going to get through all we get one shot at this. So, do I have a motion?
Motion to extend to 11:15.
We're not 1 minute past.
No.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
11:15, yes.
Thank you. Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Well, good evening, everybody. Board, Dr. Castro, staff that's left. I will not go till 11:15. I promise. Fair enough. My name is Eric Reynolds. I'm the Director of Risk Management, and I'm here tonight to present on emergency preparedness. Emergency preparedness means something different to just about everybody. It also goes along with school safety. I'm standing up here right now. I put the PowerPoint together, but I'll probably have some input from others in the room. So basically, we'll get started with the first element we want to talk about, and which was approved a couple of weeks ago, our comprehensive school site safety plans. Those are updated and board approved annually. They're a strategic safety plan to keep our students and staff safe. They contain essential components as outlined by the Education Code. Within the school site safety plans are also our emergency action plans, including our evacuation plans, earthquake lockdown, and others. Excuse me. There were a couple more points, sorry. I like your, let's get going though. And a couple other things in the school site safety plans are some scripts for principal notifications. And the plans themselves are developed collaboratively with staff, site staff, school site councils, law enforcement, and the PD and the fire department both approve the plans every year. Thank you. Some of the things we do to prepare at our school sites is we do earthquake, fire or evacuation, and lockdown drills are practiced throughout the year. They are scheduled differently by based on grade level, and the schedule is dictated by Ed Code. So, for example, our elementary schools have more evacuation drills than our middle and high schools. Each school site has a designated command center, and my department, in conjunction with Student Support Services and other departments, the JPA, et cetera, has developed emergency procedure flip charts that are within every classroom. So if there is an event and people are not 100% calm, they can go to the flip chart and know what they're supposed to do in that situation. Some of the things we do here at the district office is we also have earthquake evacuation and lockdown procedures. We practice those annually. We have some unplanned drills here as well. So we do get plenty of practice here, and we review after those drills. We've created and continually update our district phone tree, which is basically our internal notification system. When something happens at a site, they contact us, and we have a notification system in place that we reach out to all the departments, the directors, et cetera, to make sure that people aren't going to sites where there's an emergency to potentially put more people at risk. And then we also have an emergency handbook that's about that thick that myself and Amy helped update every year, which has all the emergency contact information, all the drills, and all our protocols. So another big part of emergency preparedness is communication. All of our sites have a combination of intercom systems, phone systems, and walkie-talkies. The district has purchased many, many walkie-talkies for sites over the past several years. Some sites are to the point where almost every single teacher at a site has a walkie-talkie. They've been so popular that we have several sites that are on back order right now. One of the things that we know we have some work to do on is some of our older sites, our communications. You know, like our school sites vary tremendously in age, right? And so when they were built, as sites get newer, communication systems get different and better. So some of our older sites, do need communication upgrades, and those are some of the things that we're looking into potentially doing with some bond funds. Okay. One of the things that has been brought to our attention on several occasions is we have, admittedly, let's say, less than perfect external intercom systems at all of our sites, particularly our larger sites. One of the things we have done over the years is when we get notifications or complaints from a site that I can't hear a bell here or a bell out by the field house, we've gone out and we've made additional modifications. We've added bells, we've added intercom, stuff like that to improve our systems to the best that we can. But again, some of our systems are old, And some bond fund will be really helpful to improve some of those systems. One of the things that we have in place now, and Marianne has done a lot of work on this, is when we do have emergency situations, notifications can be handled by the site, and all of our principals have been trained on those type of procedures, and Marianne also can step in and help out with that as needed. And of course, those notifications go out to parents and staff on Parent Connect. Okay? I'm going to put this back on so I don't spill again. Okay, we have some excellent relationships with our city partners, the police department, the fire department. We have a fantastic relationship with our 3 SROs and their supervisors. Student Support Services and Maria's department, they are our main communication with our PD and our SROs. Our police department has worked with us extensively on our lockdown communication and our procedures. When we have lockdown drills at our sites, our PD, our SROs are with us on those drills. They witness them. We walk around with them during the drills. We take notes, and then we debrief afterwards to see what we can do better for the future. And then, of course, Dr. Castro has in his cell phone the police chief and the fire chief's cell phone numbers, and they feel free to reach out to each other and communicate with each other. And they all have my phone number, and they all have Maria's phone number, and we get calls. Some of our training we do in conjunction with some of the partnerships I was just talking about. Maria hosts a quarterly meeting called School Law Partnership at the police department, and all of our principals come there. And it's not just our SROs. We have other police officers do presentations at those meetings. They present on everything from drugs to gangs to what we're seeing in our schools now. It's a very productive meeting and a really good exchange of ideas. We have had our police department help us tremendously with active assailant training. Last year before school, myself and Maria, in conjunction with our SROs and their sergeant, put together active assailant training for the entire staff. And it worked out really, really well, and we recorded it, so if people missed it, they could come back and do it at another time. In the past, we've done other trainings, and their SROs have gone to individual school sites, or we've had larger gatherings, like at Buena or Anacapa, where multiple school sites could come and get trained. Our PD really, and Maria can testify to this, really encourages our school staff to be trained, to be knowledgeable, and to always be ready to think in situations. The message that our emergency responding partners have always told us is that we need to be ready, but each one of us needs to be ready. Okay? Myself, Maria, Dr. Bayless, some other people, special education, our police department, we just got done with a VCOE school safety training seminar series. It was 7 separate dates. It went through topics, everything like facility safety to active assailant training to threat assessment. It was a very worthwhile series. There's a lot of law enforcement there. And like I said, we just finished it. And we'll, of course, bring those lessons back on what we learned. VCOE has also provided additional threat assessment trainings in the past, and we've had various staff go to those trainings. Those trainings are really geared mostly towards our our staff, our counselors, our admins, to be on the lookout to spot behavior, student activity that's not in the norm, and address those issues at a site level before they escalate. So that's kind of the main goal there. Just wanted to point out one thing too, that VPD also occasionally uses our properties for actual trainings. We would like to partner with them so they can have a realistic view of what our sites are really like. Okay. Some other things that we've done with our agency partners is a few years ago, we got together maps, keys, and contact information for VPD. So we all know that if there's an emergency, they're going to get in whatever way they need to get in, but they have complete access now to our facilities, okay? Like I said before, emergency preparedness response means something different to everybody, but some things that, you know, I know active assailant, active shooter gets the main publicity right now and, you know, well-deserved, but things like my department does annual reports and updates on, and meets the Ventura City and County Fire Department on our hazardous waste, our hazardous materials, our hazardous storage. I have to update our plans every year, and that's all falls within this category of emergency preparedness. Some additional potential next steps, and of course, these are potentially controversial with, you know, some speakers we've had here tonight. But again, one of the things that we've talked a lot about recently is potential camera improvements, and some bond funding can go a long ways towards that. We just had a break-in at one of our facilities this weekend, and our camera, we had one camera that caught a slight glimpse of the person, but we're looking into if maybe an additional camera in that area might do us a little better the next time. And then one of the things that we're really looking into, and of course we already actually have the project ongoing as a fencing project, which again, our bond funding will be very helpful with. I know that fencing school sites is very controversial. I get that. I grew up playing at a school every day after school when I was growing up. But when you go to these trainings, when you talk to the specialists, the experts, you know, one of the most important things we can do for safety is limiting access during school hours or during when kids are there. So those are some things we're looking into. I don't know, do you want to? Okay. Mm-hmm. I was asked to just bring up a recent emergency to kind of, as an example of the communications we have with some of our agency partners. So we had a chlorine gas event at Ventura High School, and it's something really didn't want to have and hope to not have again real soon, but it ended up pretty okay, and a big part of that was due to the internal communications and the excellent communications we have with our agency partners. So the vendor basically put the wrong chemical in the wrong tank. So it mixed with the other one, created this fume. I got notified right away. I went right out there. Right away, the site had already started to move staff and kids away. You could smell the odor by the pool. I asked some questions. Have we determined this area is safe? When I didn't get the answers that I wanted as quickly as possible, I immediately called 911. We had every battalion chief. We had hazardous waste. We had environmental health. Everybody was there. Basically, the fire department went around with their meters. I walked with them. We made sure that everybody was out far enough away so that everybody was safe. We were kept in communication with the fire department on what the steps were going to be to correct the problem. I was in continual communication with the principal and with Dr. Castro and Marie Ann. The situation got handled. The parents got notified. We did have to postpone a volleyball game, but I think that was made up later, Marianne?
It was made up.
Okay, good, good. Okay, good. I didn't think it'd be good for the fire trucks to have to move for the parents to park for the game, so we went ahead and postponed that. And a couple of points on here that I thought of afterwards is, so even after the event was over, there was follow-up in the days and weeks after with both environmental health and also parents contacting us, and we got back to them with additional information. So, kind of to summarize, so emergency preparedness is everybody's job. I already mentioned that kind of means a little bit different thing to different people. I feel like we have a lot of really good agency contacts, communications, and relationships, and we continue to build on those. We have extensive plans in place for just about every type of scenario. We practice often. We practice different types of things often. Some of those things are dictated for us on how often they have to be done. Some of those things we have chosen to do, like lockdown drills, for instance. And then when we do these things, we fine-tune them, we debrief, and we update. We come back and see what we can do better. And I think that is it, other than people wanting to add things and some questions.
Mr. Reynolds, I just want to add, and it's actually kind of apropos looking at who's here. The board, this group and the people that work with us, including our relationships with our agency partners, the student safety and staff safety and safety of our facilities is not just a daylight thing. The people that are sitting around you and in front of you, the people that we work with us, I'm so glad, Eric, that you mentioned the connections and relationships, because the relationships that we have with our agency partners and the trust that we have internally, we know that it is absolutely, we are on call at all times, and we communicate very, very well for the interest in making sure that we show up and our agency partners show up. And so I just want to commend, obviously, Eric, Maria, and everyone else that's here, because these things are real for us. And, Eric, I think you did a wonderful job of stating how seriously we take all of these incidents. But I want to reiterate the fact that it's we fine-tune our ability through some of these undesired practice opportunities, but we take them all incredibly seriously. So we don't get a lot of opportunities to thank the staff that's here and the dedication that we have, and again, our agency partners and the people that we work with. This is a team that is very, very dedicated to ensuring that that our community is safe at all times. And it comes, in some cases, at a sacrifice to our individual desires, but we are here for the collective. So thank you all for everything that you do every day to keep our families and our kids safe. Thank you.
I just have a couple of quick ones. Every couple of weeks, I have a little 4-foot messenger that comes home and tells me that the new classrooms at Mound still don't have window coverings for safety, just in case there's like a active shooter or something like that. So the new classrooms
Writing it down, Mr. Peterson.
They don't have window coverings.
So I am writing down, and I will follow up. The classrooms at Mound.
The rooms, it's the new class, the room 6 and
6, 7, and 8. They were rebuilt after the fire.
Yeah, so they don't have any. They can't cover their windows. They don't have any window coverings.
And we just got the sinks operating this week too. So we went ahead and opened them. Everything wasn't perfect because we wanted to get the classes back in there. But I'll definitely follow up.
And the other thing I had down is the company that made the mistake for the pool. Did they reimburse us for anything that we had to pay, or will that be looked into?
So other than staff time, a made-up volleyball game, so some upset parents maybe, They actually did the cleanup themselves at the direction of Fire Department and Environmental Health, so we didn't have to pay for that. They took all the contents out of the tank and refilled the tank with the right thing the next day. Fire Department doesn't bill us. I don't really think that we had a lot of expenses, so I don't think that they need to reimburse us for anything.
Okay.
They definitely made it right with the chemical refill.
And my last question is, I get a lot of emails, but I might not be on the list for like the break-in email. I didn't know about the break-ins this last week, you said?
We don't have an email for break-ins per se.
Mr. Reynolds, I'll just interject there. This was an item of conversation during our exec cab on Monday, so we'll be improving our communications on that and some other kinds of things that are in that in-between phase of things that we wanted to communicate to the board. So we will be improving that.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Thank you. Thank you so much for all of your diligence. And I have to say, after COVID, you look very rested, and I know that you've had...
Really?
Yeah. You look
wow,
rested.
Full some of the people.
Yeah.
Some of the
Mr. Reynolds,
time.
just take it as a compliment.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There you go.
Is what I meant to say.
But I do want to share, so thank you for all your work with that, and then now here with the emergency services. I do have a question, and it came up at our LCAP, actually. We had our wonderful Mateo Navarro come and share, and one of the things that came up was around the intercom system at Ventura High School, and I know you're aware of it. You brought it up in the presentation. But what I did hear is like waiting until to use bond funding. But in some of these pieces, I think that just like the window coverings and some of these others, that it's going to be really critical. I would assume, I know there's a combination of walkie-talkies, phone systems, but we also do get notifications that at times our phone systems go down. So I am not an expert by any means in this area. We do have children that attend that school, but this is on behalf of all kids that I would think that a part of a safety plan that we approved that absolutely intercoms are probably part of that communication process, but I'm not sure.
You're right. The intercom system at Ventura High needs to be better. That being said, I too had kids who went to Ventura, so I get it. We have systems in place right now that the staff has been trained to use and work just fine. Will it be better if we have a better intercom system? It will. But we have a system that is in place that works fine now. We have walkie-talkies, okay. We have a bell system, we have specific bells for each type of event. We've added bells where they couldn't be heard before.
Okay.
So we have a working system in place now.
And every teacher has a walkie-talkie?
Not at Ventura.
Okay. So you have it covered, though. I mean, you took care of COVID, so I'm sure this is a walk in the park.
Thank you.
I'll just take the opportunity to interject again. The broader theme is communication.
Okay.
How we communicate, and based on the conditions, assets, and liabilities, weaknesses on any campus, we work around those. But I just real quickly on the topic of walkie-talkies, they are advantageous for some staff, but if you can imagine having a walkie-talkie on in every classroom, where everything that goes on the campus all day, every day, would inhibit the administration and others' ability to communicate other kinds of emergencies, and then also would be in many ways disruptive. So there's, again, coming back to this theme of communication, it is critical that we communicate across our campuses, but the how and under what conditions, we work with the staff and we work with the sites and the facilities needs around those issues. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you for bringing that. So another piece that was one of our public comment speaker shared about disabilities being included in the emergency plans. And so are there plans to do it? Is it just something that's already outlined and highlighted?
They are included.
Okay.
So,
thank you.
So basically, when we have a student in a wheelchair, the para-eds, the teacher in that room knows what to do in an earthquake. They've been provided direction on what to do with an earthquake. Just like here at the ESC, we have had traditionally some people who are a little more mobility challenged than others. Their department knows what they need to do in the event of an emergency. So sites should have that information. It's been provided, but if anybody needs any more, they can certainly reach out, and we're happy to provide it.
Great. And I guess my last piece on this is I would love to have our own active assailant training as a board, because I personally have not had any. So I just would be curious. I would like to go through the training, because there are times that it would be knowledgeable and great to have that as a board member.
Okay.
I think we are, oh, you mentioned the cameras, so thank you. I'm done.
I did have one piggyback. I don't know how I missed it, but I did also have Ventura intercom systems down. And I think what you might need to do is, because this information is coming from the ASB, she mentioned Mateo, like, they're the ones who are communicating that they don't feel the intercom system works. So maybe if someone talks to them about it, because they're the ones communicating to the students. So the teachers might feel that the communication system is sufficient, but the students do not. So I think that might be the people we need to get to, because I circled this, I don't even know how I missed it, but that's been brought up to me in my house again, because I have a Ventura ASB student. So they don't believe it works.
Okay, no problem. I'll reach out on that.
Not surprisingly, I have questions for you, but I'm going to hold them because we have 15 minutes and I want to make sure that we get to other things on the agenda. So I will email you a few of my questions, but okay. I really do appreciate all the work that goes into this. And I think as we look at as a community, how we have evolved since the Thomas Fire and all of the challenges that we've faced, I really think your department and the work that you do has been highlighted in its role, its value for us as a community, and it can't be overstated how important what you do is. So thank you for doing it.
Thank you, Serena. Appreciate it.
Okay, so calendar, you have 2 minutes.
Sorry. Me. I'm trying. All right. So I am bringing this to you as we are preparing. We have our calendar committee meeting on May 24th. So just wanted the new board members and the public to understand how we come about to our calendars. We have a collaborative process that we have our associations, both VESPA and VUEA, as well as district leadership, where we take input from previous year's committees as well as any pertinent legislation, as we just recently approved new calendars with Juneteenth present for the current year and the next year. We do currently have our, of course, upcoming year, so we're looking to create a 24-25 calendar. The committee is tasked with reaching consensus, and then that consensus of a calendar goes out to the associations for ratification and then comes before you for final approval. We do have some typical calendar norms that we engage with. Typically, like the first week of school doesn't have a full week. We always end school on a Thursday, some things like that. But I also wanted to afford the board an opportunity to give input, as well as when you're engaging with the community, if you hear input about the calendar, I wanted to make you aware of the upcoming committee meeting so that you could forward that input to me for the committee.
So in the interest of brevity, can I just ask that if anyone has a concern about the calendar, that they email Ms. Wolowitz?
Well, I don't have a concern. I just have a quick question. Adding Juneteenth to the calendar, did that create another paid holiday for our classified employees?
Yes. We don't have it yet. We're meeting, it's a great question. We're meeting on the May 24th to review a drafted calendar.
So that's when for feedback. Okay.
Yeah, we haven't yet met.
Thank you for that. So that brings us to our consent consent items. Items 20 through 23 are generally routine in nature. Is there anything that needs to be pulled for a separate discussion? Nope. Okay, do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. That brings us to, board reports. I think in the interest of time, unless somebody has something very important to share, I would ask that we hold those for our next meeting. Oh, sure. Yeah. So Ms. Callahan grabbed copies from the CSBA event yesterday for all of you, so she'll hand those out. That brings us to coming events.
I'll follow the theme. In the interest of time, on the screen are our upcoming events, a lot of exciting things, and please attend if you can. Thank you.
And just for some of our new board members, I think our expectation is that you will be at graduation. So if you aren't able to be there, please let us know that. But otherwise, we'll expect to have all 5 of us at all of our high school graduations. Middle school and elementary school, it's schedule permitting for you personally, right? But high school, generally speaking, we're all there. Okay, so future board items. Okay, well, I'll go. No one has any items. So I have 3 items. So one, I wanted to ask for us to loop back to our counseling conversation, because during the last time we discussed it here, there was an inconsistency with what the board thought we supported and what staff had proposed. And in our recent site visits, it seems like we're moving forward with the plan that was not what the board thought. So I just want to make sure that we circle back to that.
Yes, the one opportunity for that will be in our upcoming study session on budget. So that's when that would be the most recent time to have that discussion.
Great. The other thing I have, and I think Ms. Dahm has for you, I attended a fentanyl overdose training at VCOE last week. And one of the recommended steps is to look at our policy on medicine administration on a campus. And so there are some sample policies that have been adopted by lots of districts in our county. And I just wanted to share it with you. We're not taking action, we're not discussing it, but I just want to share with you as a future starting point for us as we look at how to address this issue on our campus. And then we'll loop back to the education workforce housing presentation. Anything else, anyone?
Yeah, I just would like some future discussion on Narcan and how we're going to provide it to our schools, or if we are going to provide it.
Yeah,
and
that's that same thing.
I thought it was,
Yeah.
but I want to make sure that Narcan was specifically talked about, and if we're going to add it to the school, to the safety plans or the emergency preparedness plans as the parent requested tonight, because I think it's a good idea to think about that.
Board or superintendent comments, anyone? I'll just say I'm wearing my green ribbon because this is Mental Health Awareness Month. If you want a green ribbon for yourself, they have them at the front desk. And I just really want to thank our counseling and other mental health services for really going above and beyond all year long. We know our students are really struggling, but this month in particular, they've really made a big push. If you go to the bathroom or visit any of the rooms in the ESC and at our school sites, they have inspirational quotes, and I think it's just a good reminder that we all can use that. And so we really want to shout out and thank them for that effort. Any comment?
No, I made many comments along the way, so I'm good for tonight. Thank you.
We have no need to return to closed session, so do I have a motion to adjourn?
A motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan? Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Adjourned at 11:06. Thank you very much to TDC, and appreciate you guys staying here so late and for streaming our meeting. Have a wonderful night.